because we're back.
We're back. Here we are.
And the pressure's going to drop on you.
I feel like it has already.
I don't know. I sort of don't remember how to do this.
Let's see.
See that microphone in front of you?
No, oh, yeah, this?
Yeah, you're supposed to yell in it and complain about things.
I can do
That's
that.
for. That's what that's for.
Is that all I have to do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, hell, I can do that.
So if you go to x96.com/live, you can see that we're home.
Yes.
And Bill and I have different sets this time around.
Oh, I do, don't I? I decided I'd
I thought
spruce
about
things up a
changing
little
mine,
bit.
but, yeah.
How does it look? I don't know.
Looks good.
I
Was
thought,
I like that picture of you, the Andy Warhol-ish.
yeah, I forgot who did that for us. Somebody did that for me. Did they do one for each of us? Or?
Nope.
I don't
Oh,
know.
just me.
Yeah.
They just did it for me.
Well, maybe I'll switch views tomorrow. I didn't know we were going to do this. We should have talked.
Well, I just had junk behind me. I mean, it was just a pile of junk, and that's why I blurred it out, because it was just a mishmash of stuff. And I said to my dear wife, help me dress this a little bit. Well, okay. Why didn't you ask me before? Because I didn't care enough. Now I care.
Now you care?
I don't know why. It's because, well, I'm making a last stand here. That's what I'm doing. So we're broadcasting from home again. We won't go into how that came about,
But I'm glad it did.
It came,
I'm really glad.
well, the reason it came about mainly is because Gina whined and complained and cried and said,
Yep.
"It's me." I mean, really, in a way, Gina was the big driving force about. I'm not going anywhere, except she went to Hawaii.
Well, I will tell you, you should all go to Hawaii, because guess where things are better?
Okay, Carrie, I'll meet you at the airport.
All right.
I mean, the thing is just getting from here to there, but once
Yeah.
you're there,
Yeah.
it's glorious. Because guess what? Everyone gets it, and nobody complains about it. They just do what they should be doing, what everybody should be doing.
I have an email from somebody who went to Canada, I believe, and I'll maybe share that with you later on about how, Canada, they got it. I come back here. Mm-hmm. He said, I heard Gina talking about Harmon's and the great lengths that they were going to, Harmon's Grocery here in Salt Lake, the great lengths they were going to take care of it and be proactive. And, and Kroger Smith's is doing really trying hard, too. But he said, so I go to Canada and everybody's doing it.
Yep. It's so nice. I mean, we'll talk more about this later, but being somewhere where everywhere you go, everyone's either been vaccinated or masked, or there's nowhere you go where you're like, I don't feel comfortable. It's lovely. It's a paradise.
But that's not mainly the reason, though. I mean, the reason is, even with precautions, things are again bummer. Here we are to bum you out again.
Yeah.
But things are really not good.
When we saw the numbers yesterday, it's one of those things where you're like, that's a typo, right?
It's got to be wrong.
Yeah.
I was on the phone with my husband yesterday, and I said, did you see the numbers today? And he said, no. And I said, just take a wild guess. Just like a crazy, it could never be this guess.
It's nice, Gina, that you and your husband can make fun of this
And
have
he
a little
said-
game.
He said, 12,000. And I said, nope, it's more than that.
Wow.
So anyway, we had a long conversation with our CEO, our general manager, Steve, and talked to him about it, and he was very understanding. We had a kind of a weepy meeting, and I won't go into the details, but it was very heartfelt and touching. And he said, you're right, because look, three of us in a little studio. If one of us comes in asymptomatic but with COVID, we've all got it. Pretty much.
We can't mask. We
You
can't
do
do the
4
show in a
hours.
mask.
If you do 4 hours in a studio and one of us is asymptomatic, then all of us are going to have COVID. And then, Steve, what do you have? You don't have a morning show. And he said that you're right. And so here we are, broadcasting from home.
And all of those conditions that Gina described while she was in Hawaii are happening here in my home as well. So
Well, except you don't have a beach.
that works out. I
Where's
could
your
have a beach. I got to tell you about this treadmill that Sue has been demoing. There's this company that sent it to her.
Oh, you
said,
told us
"Here,
about it. Yeah.
Use it."
Yeah.
Well, I was just kind of kidding when I said, well, if because it's got a TV screen and she's running through Jamaica and places like this, and I said, well, if there was like a one in Paris, that would be awesome. She found it that day, and so I've been walking with Dude Bro from Paris.
Because you can just walk. You don't have to run on the treadmill. Just
No,
walk
these are
through
these are
Paris.
specifically walking tours, and he's not very informative.
Yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on. It's Dude Bro. So it's like that Peloton guy, and I don't think it's that guy, but it's like, come on, let's walk through Paris. Come on.
No, this is French Dude Bro. He's very much a Dude Bro, but he's also very
we walk
French.
through Paris. Come on.
The kind of information he imparts as he walks by, as he goes, as you see this restaurant over here with the white linen, I had a wonderful night there one night. It was supposed to be a business meeting, but it turned into something else.
Wow.
It's wonderful when that happens.
How was this exercise? I don't.
Where the British guy, the walking in London guy, has too much information and you can't catch it all.
Well, anyway, here we are at home, and we will remain here until the wave passes, and you people get your S together, okay? Mm-hmm. So there's that. We also have, I think maybe after we take a break here, and we have some sad news too. We have lots of sad news today.
Bummer.
Bummer news, but we'll talk about a good friend of ours who is no longer with us. But I think we need to probably take a break and do commercials and do a commercial. And then,
Well, we could take your check-ins
well, I don't.
if you have a mind to.
Let's forego that so that we can talk about our good friend.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right.
So no check-ins today. We'll officially begin the program, and then we're going to talk about our good friend.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Stand by for all of that. We've got big boy news. We've got boners. All of that on the way. News, weather, sports, all of it. Bill Frost is coming in. Calling in, I think, to talk about what's on TV this week. Stand by for all of that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Well, we, the Radio from Hell show, are erring on the side of caution. Do you do that? Are you risk averse? We are a little bit. But when it comes to LASIK, you shouldn't be risk averse. This is a great time to get your vision corrected at Hoops Vision. So if you're considering LASIK, you might be a little bit nervous. Kerry was nervous before he had his procedure done.
I was. I pushed my wife in front of the procedure before I went. And she's like, it's fine. You lay down. There's pressure.
LASIK at Hoops Vision has helped thousands of nervous Nellies enjoy visual freedom. So right now, get your procedure at Hoops Vision. Schedule your LASIK consultation at Hoops Vision today. The initial consultation is completely free, no obligation. Just call 877-30-LASIK, or you book online at hoopsvision.com. That's 877-30-LASIK or hoopsvision.com.
Let's go to, did you say Jennifer, Katie? Is that who that is? Jeffrey, sorry.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello.
What's up with you today?
So I just was rather interested with saying it was Hobbit Day, and it's like September 23rd. Oh yeah, that is Bilbo and Frodo's birthday, isn't it? But the calendar is wrong. The Shire calendar is actually off by a few weeks from us, if you actually go into that.
I had no idea,
The
but thank
Shire
you.
calendar.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Shire calendar.
And I made a point of looking into this simply because I got into a habit of reading Hobbit and Lord of the Rings every year on what would be the anniversary of when Bilbo takes his adventure to the Lonely Mountain.
And when is that?
I want to say that would be April 25th, Shire calendar. which is, I believe, something closer to April 15th.
Can I ask you, Jeffrey, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I do have a wife, actually.
Really?
We've been
Her
married
name is
a little over
Gladriel.
5 years, and
Yeah?
and we got together as a result of board game night.
That's
That
not
makes
surprising. That's not surprising.
I am glad you have each other.
All
Well,
right,
Jeffrey,
thank
thanks for being a friend of the program. It's wonderful to hear from you, and thanks for enlightening us about the Shire calendar.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later. It's nice to have Jeffrey out there to get us that information.
That is handy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. .618 right now. Let's get this over with.
Okie doke. Let's officially begin the program, and then we're going to talk about a friend of ours. Gina?
Brought to you by People Magazine.
All right.
If you want to predict who's going to die, you get People Magazine.
The moon is 4.9% of full. It's a waxing crescent moon, so that means it's on its way to being full. Next full moon is January 17th. It's also perihelion today. You know what perihelion is? This is the day that the Earth is closest to the sun as it makes its revolution around the sun. And then people say, well, if it's so close to the sun, why is it cold? Well, because the axis of the Earth is tilted, and the northern hemisphere and all that is tilted away from the sun. So that's why
it's hot in Australia right now.
yeah, it's very hot in the southern hemisphere. And today is, of course, the 4th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2022. And this is the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. Starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, hi. Gina Barberi, nice to see you in the new year.
Nice to see you.
Katie for short. Oh, I'm Bill Allred, hi. You can see us at x96.com/live if you've got the stomach for it. Katie for short is our producer. She's in the studio. You can see her. Yeah, she makes it all better. And Miriam and Cameron Diaz there helping out. Oh, good. Okay. And yeah, it's us. And here we are in our homes. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Just go to x96.com/live,
Yeah.
right? And that's how you can see us. Do we have a picture of our good friend, dear friend Carlin?
So I tweeted a picture of him, but it's him dressed up like a robot, so it's not really, you can't see
Well-
Carlin. But Frank Christ actually posted on Twitter
He found a photo.
a photo of Carlin, and
Carlin Tall brother. We met him many years ago when we were still owned by Simmons Media, as I recall. And Carlin got hired to, do tech work and push buttons and run the board and do various things around Simmons Media. And Carlin loved radio. And he loved being around it and working for us. And then he became kind of our official button pusher for a while. And that's what we call somebody who runs the board, who's doing what Katie's doing right now when we were on remote location or something. And he was a sweet guy. And I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened, but
he's had some health problems for a while, because I was thinking back to the beginning of the pandemic. I remember when we first were going to, I don't know what we had going on, but we needed a button pusher, and we were like, we can't have Carlin. He shouldn't leave the house now, because we never knew really what his health issues were, but he was on oxygen, and it was sort of a respiratory thing of some kind.
yeah, the last time we saw him, he came in to do some work for us, and we said, and this was before the pandemic, and he did a few things for us, but he came in and he had an oxygen tank with him. We went, Carlin, what the hell? What's going on? Well, just he was just vague about it, really.
Yeah.
And I wake up this morning and I have a tweet from my wife. Carlin, no, what's wrong with this world? Carlin,
Yeah.
I can't. And I thought, what? And I had to search around to find anything. I thought, so I guess she saw it on Facebook.
Sue was, we were both having a little trouble sleeping last night because of the readjusting of the clocks. We should have done it slowly and incrementally, but we didn't. We did it all at once. And I think it was about 8 o'clock, and I was still kind of tossing and turning, and she reached over and told me. And she found it on Facebook. Post from his sister, I believe.
So we had a great picture of Carlin, too, and a great video. He was game for anything there, and I forget why we.
I remember we didn't. We were at it was our very first gay mixer.
That's right.
At Oasis Cafe.
Oh, yeah.
The only gay mixer, now that I think about it.
Oh, we've had more than one.
No.
Well, they just weren't officially titled.
Oh, but Carlin said, I can do a performance. This is something he would do. That he would put a cardboard box over his head, and he had a robot dance he would do.
It wasn't
we
a
were
robot
like,
dance, Gina. It wasn't a robot dance.
It wasn't?
It was a robot dance.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a robot.
Because it said on the cardboard box, robot, R-O-B-U-T.
And I'm still searching for that video, because I know we have. I posted a still picture of it, but the picture doesn't do it justice. We need to see the video, so I'm still
At
looking for
RFH
that.
Gina.
Yeah.
And you see him dancing around. He was hilarious.
It's so cute.
He's a funny dude. He could always make me laugh. And he was very. It was like he was able to read my mind when he was running the board. It's like he knew what I was after in my brain, and would be able to find it just like that.
And we always let Carlin choose the opening song.
Yeah.
If you go to Spotify, I should have looked this up earlier. There is a playlist, and it's like Carlin Tall Brothers Radio from Hell opening song playlist or something like
Something like that.
And it's a huge number of songs, and they're all really eclectic and interesting and fun. And a lot of times we'd have to say to him, Carlin, what the hell was that song? That was pretty cool. He would do deep dives into music, and he was very sensitive.
Yeah.
And a sweet guy. And we're sorry to hear about his passing.
Yeah.
Our program director, Todd Newcomb, has just texted us saying, "Oh dear God, I'm hearing about Carlin from you."
Oh, I'm Todd. I'm sorry.
So, anyway, Carlin Tallbrother, rest in peace, as they say. And if we find out some more about that, because I think a lot of you remember Carlin. A lot
Sure.
of people listening, they remember Carlin. And
Well, and he was always at events, and
yeah, he showed up to almost everything all
There's
the
been a
time.
lot of past interns that have posted about like pictures with him and things like that on his Facebook page and stuff because I'm friends with him. So all of his Facebook page is just filled up with past photos of him and
good.
at Radio from Hell events and stuff like that too. So
Well, maybe we'll find the video there.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Can
The spot-
we repost some of those on our page?
I'll see what I can do about that.
yeah. The
I know
Spotify
Bunny posted and stuff like that. So
the Spotify playlist is it's just Radio from Hell opening songs X96.3 FM on Spotify.
Okay.
So you can find some of those.
Well, anyway. Sorry to hear about it. And, yeah, Frank Christ, who I have an issue with.
Well, and we'll get to that.
Yes, has he's in the chat room this morning. So be careful, you all. If you are feeling slightly ill at all, I would get out of the chat room immediately because our Grim Reaper is there.
Can he take you through the chat room?
He can
He
mad.
take you anywhere. He says, "Hello, I'm just checking in. Real sorry to bum you out right away to start 2022."
Well, Frank, be listening at 7:45 because Bill has an issue with you.
Shenanigans, voting shenanigans. I'm going to stop the steal. That's what I'm going to do. It's voting shenanigans on our Deadpool list.
That's right, coming up. Traffic, Gina, please. Do we have any traffic?
Let's see. So there's some strong winds actually blowing snow over roads out west. Actually, in West Jordan, snow up to 5 inches deep in several areas there. It's not snowing, but it's just blowing the snow on the road. But no accidents being reported so far this morning. You can report things if you see them. That's via text where you do that, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got our full strength big boy news and opinioendo and sports and all of that coming up. Stand by for all of that after these X96.
When Radio from Hell.
Hello, I'm Kerry Jackson.
And I'm Bill Allred, and we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us,
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket, you know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran. I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, it's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it. No, thanks. I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
Okay, it's 6:32 right now, and we've got Big Boy News and Opinioendo full strength now. Brought to you by.
Do we have sports as well? Amy isn't here.
I haven't heard whether Amy or Ed are coming in to do sports, so my guess is the onus is upon the sports desk.
I can sports.
All right, the sports desk, Gina Barbarian.
Because we can talk about that thing that happened over the weekend.
Yeah. There were things. Start the new year by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
Oh, I'm supposed to do the news sounds?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you just go did
I could.
That's fine. That's fine. Just do that.
No, I got you an actual one here. All right, there we go.
Radio from Hell, pro all the way.
I'll have this figured out by 8.
So listen, Carrie, I said to my wife last night, whenever we're on a long break, I always think, wait a minute, do I remember how to do any of this?
Of course you do.
I mean, I have that weird feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It occurred to me that in the off chance that we have new listeners, anyway, that we might have one or two new listeners. We do this right now, Big Boy News. We started calling it Big Boy News because this is the kind of news that you really have to, but we should call it Big Boy and Big Girl News because.
But falls out of my mouth so easily.
Big Boy and Big Girl News because this is hard news. This is news for people who are willing to put on their big boy and big girl panties and face.
I do
the
every
facts.
day.
Face the facts. And then we all say an opinioendo. We haven't explained that for a long time. What is opinioendo? Well, it's a word we invented. It's a portmanteau word, if you will. Carrie, explain what opinioendo is.
Well, it's just you break down the word. It's of two parts: opinion and innuendo.
That's right, opinioendo, and you will hear lots of it in this Big Boy and Big Girl News. So I saw this. It's an odd time for celebrity endorsements, and I thought when I saw it, what the F is he doing this for? Matt Damon, Oscar-winning Matt Damon, strolling through a white-walled lair of sorts that kind of looks like a teched-up version of the Batcave from Christopher Nolan Batman movies, saying history is filled with almosts, with those who almost adventured, who almost achieved, but ultimately, for them, it proves to be too much. And then he points to those who did unthinkable things, mountaineers, the Wright brothers, astronauts.
They're so brave.
And what is this an ad for? Cryptocurrency.
It's weird.
And you're wondering, maybe the company that has this cryptocurrency has some information about Matt Damon that they've threatened to release if he doesn't do their ad.
Is he doing the hostage blinking?
God, it's terrible. It's just terrible. Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. It was the other day, and Raven Simone was on, and she misspoke the lyrics to a hit 1970 song and missed out on a puzzle solved during her appearance on Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. And when that happened, you know what everybody said? That's so Raven.
What was the song?
I don't know.
What? That's
I
the
don't-
thing you want to know about the story.
Gina, I didn't care to know anything about the
You're gonna
story
go
other than
look?
that first line. It was Staying Alive.
What did she say? How did she get it wrong?
Gina, I don't know. I read that first line and didn't care to
I
go
want to
any
know
further.
more. Now.
Okay,
I'm
well, why don't
gonna-
you do, she correctly guessed the
right.
answer to the puzzle was, ha, ha, staying alive.
Yeah.
And then, however, as many people do when they sing along to a song, she spoke the words, rather than,
Singing it.
Yeah.
She just went, So that,
That doesn't count?
so Gina, you see why we shouldn't have talked about this.
Although,
Do you see?
It did give me the opportunity to bring you the fun fact about the show That's So Raven.
Huh?
That the original title of the show was not That's So Raven. It was
No.
That Is So Indicative.
The Grammys are going to be postponed probably because of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus. And here we go. Utah. Utah reported an astounding 14,754 new COVID-19 cases yesterday, with the data collected over the 4-day holiday weekend amid a worldwide surge. And you know what they're saying? That 14,754 cases reported is probably an undercount.
Yeah, that's just the numbers that the health department has from people that have gone to the testing center there
Yeah.
and tested. That doesn't count anybody that did a home test or just doesn't get tested. Yesterday there were traffic reports for several parts of Utah where they said, don't drive over there. There's so many people in line to get tested. It is affecting the traffic patterns.
It says here in this story, the Salt Lake Tribune has the tendency to write things and really just understate them. And it says here that those 754 cases broke the record of 4,706 cases set on December 30th. Huh, really? Didn't break the record, it obliterated it. Yeah. 4 counties in particular, the CDC reporting 4 counties in Utah just setting new one-day COVID-19 case records. Salt Lake, Davis, Summit, and Wasatch counties, one-day record totals on last Thursday and Friday of 2021. So hence we are broadcasting from home. Okay. That's your coronavirus news, and it's spreading around the world, and we'll talk about it some more coming up. But here's a story that'll make you smile. Utah Representative Chris Stewart thought that he said, I'm the best person to replace Devin Nunes on the Intelligence Committee in the United States Congress. He told Politico in early December he was the best qualified politician for that role, to be the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, because Devin Nunes is stepping down. Well, his fellow members of the congressional delegation, his fellow Republicans, didn't think he was the best one to replace Devin Nunes. They appointed Representative Michael Turner of Ohio to replace Nunes, who announced in September he was leaving Congress to to run former President Donald Trump's new social media company.
Good luck with that.
The one that doesn't have any customers or any,
Yeah. And I think, it's his fellow, Chris Stewart's fellow congressman, They said, when Chris said, I'm the best one qualified, I was in the military, I was an Air Force pilot. And they all said, yeah, but we know you're not very smart.
You do see the word intelligence in the title, right? Did you notice that?
It's kind of not Chris's fault because Devin Nunez had that job too. So there's
true.
a reasonable assumption that Chris
Devin
Stewart
Nunez,
did it.
the guy who was suing a parody account.
That's true, yeah.
A Twitter parody account.
Well, the minimum wage is going up all over the country. But will the minimum wage go up in Utah? Nope.
Probably not.
Nope. It will stay officially at the federal rate of $7.25. That will be the minimum wage officially in Utah. Lower wage earners in half the country will have a little extra cause to celebrate with the advent of 2022 as widespread increases to minimum wage rates are poised to take effect in the coming year. But the thousands who toil for hourly rates here in Utah will not be among them. And why is that? Well, because the legislature refuses to vote to raise the standard. Now, there are businesses in Utah who are saying, standard be damned, the 725 be damned. We need people, so you'll see signs everywhere, $13 an hour, $17 an hour. Where did I go? Oh, I went to KFC, the drive-thru, because my youngest was craving chicken tenders and French fries, and she was sick. And I went and got her some. And I looked at the window, the drive-in window, and it says, ask us about employment and how you can get a $20,000 college scholarship.
They're desperate for employees.
So if you want to go to college, go over to KFC and apply for a job. Did you see those wildfires in Colorado? The wildfire that almost destroyed a whole community?
Just devastating.
Yeah, it's just gusts of wind up to 100 miles an hour. Now, they had initially said, and this story says, it led to downed power lines in Boulder County, Colorado, which sparked a grass fire that destroyed more than 500 homes and led to the evacuation of 30,000 people. Well, they're saying now, hold on, we're not so sure it was downed power lines. They're not saying what that might be, but they're saying it may not have been downed power lines. The Marshall Fire that began Thursday moved so fast in the densely populated area that few people had time to grab any belongings, and they simply had to escape with their lives and their pets. It was just, if you see the pictures of it, it's just, and there are
the winds
videos
were so
of people.
Strong.
Yeah, there are videos of people like there was a whole bunch of people at a Chuck E. Cheese having a party. And all of a sudden they say, we got to get out, and they're trying to push through the door, and you can see smoke everywhere, and they got in their cars, and they just drove away from town. That's all they could do. We haven't really been following this story, but maybe some of you have. The founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, she said some years ago she had invented...
It's Elizabeth Holmes.
She said that she had invented Gina, she's blonde, first of all.
I know, but she's got the dead eyes.
She was convincing enough. She said that this thing that she had discovered, and she was still in college, I think, graduate school, and she said she'd found this blood test which could detect any number of diseases. It was an amazing breakthrough and she was so convincing, Gina, that she got people. No, I think you're wrong. She was able to convince very influential people to invest in her company, and it turned out that she was lying about all of it.
Yeah.
People died because of this.
Henry Kissinger was an investor. I think there was it George Shultz, a former Secretary of State, and very, very influential people who were not stupid, and they invested in it, and she defrauded them all, and people. Well, I don't know about people dying, Gina. Did they? Because they didn't ever use it.
Sure, they did. Yeah,
they put it into effect in what was the chain? It was a store chain.
It was pharmacies.
Yeah, pharmacies.
There were pharmacies that were using. Carrie and I watched the documentary, Bill. There were pharmacies. No, there were people that, because this test, they said, it can detect cancer and it can get. And so people would take the test, and it would say you don't have cancer. Well, they had cancer,
Yeah.
and it wasn't detected.
And what was fascinating about the whole process is that they just kind of put the idea out there and hoped it would happen.
Yeah, because wouldn't it be cool if you could, and it was just a drop of blood, like a finger prick of blood could tell you anything about, and no, it never
through this
worked.
device that she said she
This device that she said she had, and they kept showing this device, and what the device was doing was not what she was promising
No.
that it could do. But yeah, they sold it to CBS, I believe it was.
Here's a great story, Gina. I remember you were unclear or kind of dubious about Utah Department of Transportation building an animal crossing across I-80 and Parley's Canyon. They built the animal crossing in 2021, and there is a great video of all of the animals who have used that crossing.
Oh, I've been watching that video.
Yeah, and I tweeted that video this morning at RFH Bill. 706 animal crossings
That's great.
in the year, 23 species. 414 mule deer crossings, 54 coyotes, 27 porcupines, 8 black bears, and 10 mooses cross there. And the video is really fun to watch of just this variety of animals crossing along. How much time do we have? Because I feel like I'm done. I do have another story.
Do another story, and then we'll get to sports and weather and traffic.
All right, this is a story that someone sent me because they knew how I feel about it. A gray squirrel attacked and injured 18 people.
18?
This is in England. It started attacking people in Buckley, Flintshire, last week over a 2-day period. This was much to the distress of Connie Reynolds, who had fed the squirrel since March and said it was a frequent and friendly visitor to her garden. She named it Stripe. He came to steal bird food, but Ms. Reynolds said, all these months he's been fine in my backyard. He would even come and take a nut out of my hand, but she said he bit her last week as she fed him, and then she saw reports of other bites and attacks on the town Facebook page. All in all, Stripe had attacked 18 people in this little community, and finally they captured Stripe, and I believe they have, well, the RSPCA, the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, took Stripe to a vet, and he was euthanized. Because that's what happens when you attack 18 people.
All I can say is you just made him a martyr to the rest of the army.
That's the squirrel community.
Now they have a name to rally behind.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
It was a big weekend. Holy cow.
I watched a football game.
Did you watch the whole thing?
The Rose Bowl?
Did you really?
Whole thing.
I watched for, I think, 3 quarters, and I thought it looked like Utah was pretty well doing it okay, and then I had to go do something. I thought, well, it looks like Utah's winning the game.
Oh, no. I mean, they were for
well.
most of it.
They played well.
This is the Rose Bowl we're talking about. But let's start first with 70,000 of the 80,000 people that Ed Brash just texted. 70,000 of the 80,000 people that were there were Ute fans. This was a home, including Ed Brash.
Expect that Rose Bowl Omicron wave.
Yeah. And
how are you feeling, Ed? By the way, are you okay?
Actually, I'd love to have Ed on to talk about the experience of him being there.
You've got the number, Ed. Call in.
Yeah. Gosh, just so proud of these Utes. That's a big deal. Them going up against Ohio State at the Rose Bowl and handling them very well. Cam Rising, the quarterback, was having a great game. And then all the mothers in the stadium and at home, because I'm a mother, when he fell down, and he hit his own head on the...
He fell down?
He was tackled, and he hit his head on the ground.
Oh.
So he wasn't hit in the head. But he did not move. Mm-hmm. He was out. And I could just feel all of the mothers in the stadium going, Cam, are you all It was scary for a minute.
And all of the
You
people who were afraid that he wouldn't come back and they wouldn't win.
But here's the thing. So he didn't come back. He had gotten targeted in the helmet earlier in the game, and my guess is it was a combination of that plus him hitting the head that they were like, nope, you're done. So a walk-on freshman quarterback named Bryson Barnes from teeny tiny Milford, Utah, population 1,700.
Now, he just walked into the stadium at that
Just
moment.
walked
Is that
in?
what
No.
you're saying? He said, wait a minute.
No, meaning he's a walk-on for the team. Meaning
Okay.
they didn't recruit him. He just said, "Hey, I'd like to, play," and they're like, "Well, all right." Who apparently Amy Donaldson? So we need an Ed and Amy segment about this.
Ed's on the line. If
Okay,
you want to
great.
loop him in here.
Hey, Ed.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Brass, you were there at the Rose Bowl rooting for. You're an alum of both, an alumnus of both schools, Ohio State and University of Utah. And I saw you with your family, none of whom were wearing masks but you in that picture.
They pulled them down. They actually wore them the whole time.
Okay.
There was a mask mandate for the stadium that is clearly not enforced.
Clearly.
Yeah. So good luck with that.
What was it like being there?
Talk about Bryson Barnes.
Bryson Barnes was amazing. He's the all-time leading passer, touchdowns, everything for 1A. And as you just said, Milford's a very tiny town west of Beaver. The kid took him down the field and he scored. But he left 2 minutes left, and it was very clear at that point, the way the game was going, that Ohio State was going to win given those 2 minutes. And they just went straight down the field, kicked the field goal, and it was over. It was great. It was a great atmosphere. It was mostly a home game, as you said, for Utah fans. We were in an Ohio State section by dumb luck, but there were 4 drunken Ute fans in our section who were standing up on their chairs, yelling at us the entire game. But at some point, those gentlemen just sort of disappeared and slinked away out of the stadium at the end. So very sad for them.
Now I had a moment while watching the game, and let me see. I felt like I was very important sports for a minute.
Really?
Because it was when we switched kickers.
Yeah, I don't know what was up
and
with
then
that.
they hiked the ball to the kicker, and he dropped it.
Yep.
I pointed at the screen and I said to Suzanne, I think that kid just cost us the game.
Yes.
He's like, why do you say that? I said, that's your momentum. It's just killed the momentum right there. What do you think? How's my analysis?
No, I think your analysis is spot on. The momentum in that game was crazy. Honestly, I've been going to football games for far too long. It was one of the 2 or 3 best games I've ever seen. There was a sequence where Ohio State scored a touchdown to Jackson Smith and Jigba, one of the greatest players of all time. Footnote. Then Utah returns the kick for a touchdown, and then the very next play, Ohio State throws a touchdown pass to Jackson Smith and Jigba again. So there were 3 touchdowns in about 30 seconds. It was an incredible game. It had everything.
But let's talk about the Utes. Let's talk about Britton Covey's 97-yard punt return.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That
was it.
Yeah, but they lost.
Shut up, Bill. Let's talk about Micah Bernard, who is not a defensive player, who played offense and defense, and he did great with both.
Well, there's an L,
Quite
though.
a
There's
touchdown pass that he caught. Quite a touchdown pass that he caught. Yeah, it was an extremely exciting game. Didn't matter who you were rooting for. You had to love that game, and I'm so impressed. The Utah fans traveled down there to Southern California.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Massive numbers.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the announcers were commenting on it. They're saying, "Well, this looks like this is essentially a home game for Utah."
It was, and they did well by the casinos in Las Vegas coming and going as well.
Well, I'm glad you were able to make it because, being from both schools, and such a football fan. I'm
What-
glad you were able to make it.
Ed, would you have been so disappointed if the Utes had won? Really?
Well, I would have had to get rid of all the Ohio State gear that I bought from the Rose Bowl merchandise stand. That would have been my only disappointment with that I wasted that money. now I can wear it.
You must have been really worried as the game was progressing because it looked like the Utes were going to win.
I'll confess to thinking that I was going to leave at halftime. To tell you the truth, I thought, well, we might as well get started going back. And here's something that's pretty remarkable: that the point spread going into the game was 4 points. So Ohio State wins by 3. If you bet on Utah, you still won.
Oh.
I don't know how the bookies do that, but it was pretty nice.
Yeah.
All right, Ed. Well, thank you very
thanks,
much.
Ed.
All right.
Thanks, Ed.
Very good to talk to you all. Happy New Year. Take care.
You too.
Take care, sir. Weather traffic.
Okay, so it's actually fairly warm out there this morning. 37 right now, and going to get up to about 41, which means when this storm comes in later today, it's probably going to at least start out as rain, actually, which sounds weird because it's been so bitter cold the last few days, but today not so much. And we've had that bad air quality inversion building in. We're going to have a series of storms coming through that's hopefully going to clear that out. So we have storms, looks like, all the way through Thursday, off and on rain mixed with snow, because we're going to be fairly warm for the rest of the week, highs in the mid-40s. So that means if the storm comes through at night, we'll have snow because it's colder, but during the day, it's probably going to be rain. Traffic we have... Let's see. Traffic lights are flashing red all directions, 72nd South, 3rd West in Midvale. Treat that as a four-way stop. And that's the only issue out there. There's no accidents or anything else to tell you about. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in any traffic. No, but if you do see something, you can text it to us. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986.
Okay, well, we will take a break. We will be back. We got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that.
And we've also got coming up with another sad story to talk about. I'm sorry, but it's what happens.
Yeah. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back. KXRK Provo. Western Governors University.
Now more than ever, this makes sense. Take your college courses online. Western Governors University is an online accredited college. They call it the University of You. You get personalized learning, which will allow you to complete a degree in less time than a traditional university. Now, Western Governors University is fully accredited, affordable, flexible, based on your schedule. Now, they're offering a Year of You scholarship up to $2,500 toward an already affordable tuition. Open now through March 31st, 2022, I think enrollment is. Western Governors University education is affordable. They have all kinds of scholarships. 20 other scholarships are available. And it's a great way to get a degree in less time. And because of the current situation, you can do it online. Western Governors University, just go to wgu.edu.
James? Pegleg Johnson, the one-legged stand-up comic. We're going to have him back real soon. And don't go away, folks, because in just a few minutes, you're going to be laughing your butts off with our headliner, Gallagher! Gallagher! You know, the guy with the watermelons? Yeah, well, anyway, it's time for a special treat here at Bananas, the best comedy club in a shopping mall in downtown Sheboygan. Please welcome the comedy stylings of Little Tommy Little, the 3-year-old stand-up comic!
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. Now, stop me if you've heard this one. Why did the little moron saw his toilet in half?
Get off the stage!
I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister.
What?
Mister, is that a bug in your drink?
Where?
booger face. Poo poo pee pee.
Okay, 7:02 right now. Round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see us broadcasting from our homes once again. Thank you, Omicron Wave.
Yeah. I just so want this to be done. I can't stress enough. And you know, over the break that we just had, everyone in my household has been sick. And that makes you nervous, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife got sick first, and I'm pretty sure this is a cold, but so I went and got some of those spit tests, and I took one and she took one because we were, you know, very close together all the time. And she was quite ill. Sent them in, and we were both negative. And so she suffers through the cold, and then my son gets it. And then my daughter gets it, and then I got it, and I'm just barely over. It's terrible. It's just terrible.
Well, I didn't leave the house the whole time, so
yeah, well,
I didn't catch anything.
So, and other sad news to report. And Gina, take it away.
Well, so my dad, Tom Barberi, some of you know him, not everybody, but some of you know he was a longtime radio host in Salt Lake, 32 years. He
Call
radio, and he's been dealing with multiple sclerosis for, gosh, like, I don't know, 15 years or something. And there's two different kinds of MS. There's the kind that probably most people are familiar with, the kind that some days I can go on a hike and other days I can't get out of bed, and it's just kind of depends. And he had primary progressive MS, which just gets slowly worse over time. And it's really hard to diagnose. Like, it started out where he'd, like, you know, trip over a curb or something, and, you know, you're like, I'm clumsy, and then would progress to, you know, when he was golfing, he couldn't quite swing like it takes years to diagnose this. Finally, they diagnosed it, and he's been progressively getting worse over time. And about 2 weeks before Christmas break, he got bad enough that he ended up in the hospital. And I had been scheduled to go out of town to Hawaii for Christmas. My sister and her family were going to Italy for Christmas, and we were like, gosh, should we leave? Should we stay? Dad's, you know, he sort of rallied. He was kind of doing bad, and then sort of rallied, and we thought, we can probably go out of town. And so Christmas Eve, in the morning, I got a call from my stepmother to tell me that he had passed away.
Tom's wife.
Yeah, Mel. And it's hard because at first you like beat yourself up like, I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have gone out of town. I can't believe. But then I think about how he was in the hospital. He was miserable.
Yeah.
He kept saying, why can't I just go to sleep? I just want to go to sleep. My dad just went to sleep and didn't wake up. Why can't I do that? He did not want to be there.
So he finally did.
Yeah, but there's no part of me that was like, boy, I wish he went on like that for months.
Yeah.
No. He was miserable.
You know, I was thinking about Tom and just to give people an idea of how famous he was at one time. When Tom got MS, former mayor of Salt Lake, Rocky Anderson, came to him and said, look, they're doing some experimental treatments in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And he took Tom to Mexico.
Yep. Yeah.
And he had this treatment. Former governor at the time, Scott Matheson, officiated Tom Barberi's wedding. He was governor at the time.
His third wedding.
Yeah. Well,
by the way, I wrote his obituary, and there were more jokes in there that I was told to remove. But one of them was, we're not listing all the wives here because obit space is expensive. And we took time to list all the wives. My dad didn't like to date; he just liked to get married, and he did it a lot.
I had one issue with the obituary. Just one issue.
Oh, great. You too? Because everybody did.
Well, my issue's kind of picky. But so you always put the name of the person who's deceased in big bold letters at the top of the obituary.
Yes.
And what was the name that you put there?
Okay, so this is the program. So you have to put their official name in at some point, and his legal name is Thomas Dale Barberi. You put the whole, so then that algorithm just pulls the name and uses that as you're saying it should have said Tom Barberi.
It should have said Tom Barberi. And then if you wanted to say, Thomas Dale Barberi, you certainly do that in the,
yeah.
But should have just said Tom effing Barberi is what it should have said.
Damn right.
And, writing an obituary for someone that has done as much stuff as my dad did is hard because I worked on it for a couple of days and I'm like, that's it. That's going to have to do. But then I kept thinking of other things that he did. Like my husband said, you didn't mention the race around the world. My dad.
Oh, yeah.
And Danny Kramer, who was someone else that worked at Call. And it might have been Morris Murdoch Travel. It was some travel agency that sponsored this race around the world. They both started in Salt Lake City. One of them went east and one of them went west and it was a race around the world. They went to New York. They went to Rome. They went to London. They went to Japan. They went all the way around the world. And I don't even remember who won but that was a huge radio promotion.
How many days was it? It was only 3 days or something like that, right?
It was a little longer than that, but it was, they would spend hours in a place and then go on to the next.
They didn't go to hotels or anything, did they? They didn't go to hotels, did they?
Yeah, not every day, but they did sleep they went to the hotel a couple of times and slept. But that was a huge promotion he did.
Yeah.
It's our friend Dave Evanoff reminded me that he broke the Guinness Book of World Records for a kazoo marching band.
Who knew there was one?
Which apparently Dave helped him organize.
Yeah.
But and I keep hearing from people, and then your dad did this and your dad did some people just have bigger lives, take up a bigger space in the world, and he was one of them that did that.
And anybody who could be friends with Mike Runge for all those years.
Mike's great.
Jeez.
Mike's great.
I don't know Mike at all.
He's a wonderful guy.
I tweeted out, the obituary, and I said he was hugely influential on me. And I got thinking about that afterward, and I went, he was, but he wasn't, because I got to listen to him for quite a few years, but then I was on at the same time as him for all that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't get to listen to him as much as I should have, could have.
He worked in our building for a while. So he was on call for 34 years or something like that. Do I remember that right?
32, yeah.
32 years. And then, because radio is a wonderful business, he was still popular, but, well, we've decided to go a different direction. What? Yeah, sorry, you're out of a job. And then he had difficulty, for some reason, finding another job. I don't know what the whole process was, but he just desperately wanted to get back into radio. And he had been off the air for years when he came to work at Simmons Media for a while.
Well, Simmons bought Call. That's how that, and they're like, oh, we should bring.
That's right.
We should bring Tom back.
Yeah.
But they put him on at a weird time. Like, it wasn't mornings. It was.
I was going to say, if you're
2 hours in the afternoon.
If you're bringing Tom Barberi back, you put him on in the mornings. I mean, that's the whole point. If it's Call and it's Tom Barberi,
and a big campaign that says Barberi's back and better than ever.
They didn't do any of that.
No.
I've been tuning in the mornings. He's not there. I don't understand. Bad choice.
So
he absolutely loved the state of Utah and Salt Lake City in particular. And
I'm sorry I didn't get to know him better than. I kind of knew him. I socialized with him a little bit, but I didn't really get to know him very well.
No, so I'm gonna. So he toward the end was not. He was struggling and wouldn't talk about very many things, but he'd ask me, what promotions do you have going on at the station? what's so I'd talk about that.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, every time I visited him, he would say, "How's Bill's back?" He was very concerned about your back, Bill.
Because he and I had a long discussion about that at one time.
For some reason but an old radio guy, boy, when he was having hallucinations and stuff, he kept giving out the radio station phone number over and over and over again.
Wow.
He that is what was top of mind for him. He was doing his show and he was giving out the number.
Is that going to happen to us? Is that going to happen to us?
Yes.
Oh no!
Babbling about.
I apologize in advance, Sue.
It's time for big boy news and innuendo.
No, you will. You will. Carrie will explain how to vote for the boner over and over and over. It was kind of sweet.
Now you re-released your Tom Barberi Remain Seated podcast, right?
Yes. Festus and I interviewed him like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and I'll post that again because actually it's kind of cool. If you care about local Utah radio and his story, you can hear it there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Anyway, Tom Barberi, he truly. He was probably the greatest radio person ever in Utah.
I would have to agree with that, yeah. His fingerprints are all over this market, man. Sure. All right. Let's do traffic then, Gina.
You expect me to do that now?
Deathbed traffic. I want you to...
Yes. Of course we do. Tom would expect you to do it.
He would. Let's see. Crash northbound I-250 ramp to go I-80. Let's see. Right shoulder affected there. And signal problem, 72nd South, 3rd West in Midvale. And I think a friend of the program sent in a traffic thing here. Oh, but it got pushed down. So, please, if you see something, you can text it to 33986, and I will pass it along.
All right, Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1, he was riding a bike, and he had a sword. What could go wrong? Boner candidate number 2, Now, there's a dad you can be proud of. And boner candidate number 3, no one is sending anti-vaxxers to death camps. No one.
All right, so we got Boners Round 1, Big Boy News, all of that coming up after these. Stand by. UtahAdvocates.com.
Happy New Year from the Advocates. Happy New Year. They want you to, they hope you enjoyed your celebrations responsibly. But if you didn't, and if you got into a bit of a pickle, an accident, and you're pretty sure it wasn't your fault, it was somebody else's neglectful, drunken driving, the advocates are on your side. Call them and discuss your case. It's a free phone call, and they don't charge you any money unless they take your case and get you a settlement, right?
Absolutely. They also, it may have been an accident just on your own on a slick road.
Could be, yeah.
You may have help. You may need some help getting your insurance company to do the right thing. That's kind of what the advocates do.
So if you're injured or stressed out about your accident, the advocates want you to be able to just rest and get back on your feet physically. Call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 801-355-5550, or you can do the same thing online, UtahAdvocates.com.
I had a bizarre experience yesterday.
What?
So I don't order a lot of stuff from Amazon, but my gosh, it's really convenient. You know?
I was going to say, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I don't do it more, but it's
because it hurts local businesses.
Yeah, I'd rather shop
that's
locally.
the reason you shouldn't.
I'd rather shop locally, but there were every once in a while there's a specialty item I can't find, or I can't find. Maybe it's some clothing I can't find the right size or whatever. So anyway, I ordered this item. It doesn't matter what it was from Amazon. It was $10, and it was free shipping because I'd have Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the way they track the packages, man, it's really slick. I mean, they say, okay, the package is left here, and now it's here, and now it's here, and then they say the package has been delivered to your house. It's on your front porch, and it was there at 3:15.
Yeah.
So when it said that, I went out and there was no package, and I'm looking around. I go, there's no package anywhere, but clearly it said 3:15. So I got a hold of Amazon, and they said, well, I said maybe it just got delivered. It must have just gotten delivered somewhere else, and they said, well, we'll just refund your money. And I said, well, I don't know, should I wait a day or two? Well, you could, but we'll just refund your money, and we'll give you a $5 credit for your trouble. And I said, okay, thanks. And then I thought, I'm not going to order that thing again anyway. I'll go try and find it somewhere else. So yesterday, the woman next door comes over and says, here, this was delivered to my house. Now, Amazon has already said they're going to credit my account for $10. So she comes over and says, here, this package was delivered here accidentally. It's for you. It's the missing item. So my decision then is, do I keep it and steal $10 from Amazon? Or no, I don't. So
now
no.
You're on record.
Right. Well,
this is the radio bill?
So I say to myself, no, of course I don't. And I called them. It was such a hassle to get them to take $10 back from me. I was on the phone for a half an hour. It's like they couldn't figure out how to do it practically.
Nobody's ever called to give us money back.
I said, I just don't want to cheat you out of this $10. Okay.
It's like we're not used to people.
It's just $10.
Doing the right thing.
I mean, I was on hold for 20 minutes while this woman tried to figure out how to. She wasn't quite. So either she was inept or it just doesn't happen. I don't know. But what a hassle to get to give them back their $10. And I hope I still get my $5 credit.
I'm sure you will.
I hope.
Mm-hmm. 7:21 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These will be examples of. Oh, it's your first boner of the year here. Oh, yeah. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, the finals. Because, see, we do this again at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. That's round 2. We get a winner from round 2, send that one forward as well. Then we have 2 candidates, 2 champions in boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for today. So let's begin the process. Round 1. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to Sundance. It's that time of year again. Sundance Film Festival. Enjoy the world premiere films, thought-provoking talks, and events through January 20th through the 30th. Excuse me. We have a pair of passes for a random boner voter.
Here's boner candidate number 1. And I think this is an example of, let's see, not bad, stupid human behavior, okay? He was riding a bike and he had a sword. What could go wrong? Zephyrillis, Florida. What a wonderful name for a town, Zephyrillis. A man was rushed to the hospital after first responders say he accidentally stabbed himself with a sword when he fell off his bike. Pasco Fire Rescue says it happened Saturday. The man was riding a bike in the area when he fell off and accidentally stabbed himself with a sword from his backpack. That's all the information I have.
Carrie, you had a sword handy?
Carrie has a sword.
I have all kinds of things handy.
Well, why don't you go get on your bike? He was taken to the hospital. He will be okay, but
Well, he didn't have it sheathed, obviously, right?
I guess not.
He just had it out flying loose, right?
Yeah. He was riding a bike and he had a sword. I mean, what could go wrong? Boner candidate number 1. I think an example of stupid human behavior. Here's boner candidate number 2. I think this is an example of bad human behavior. It's called, now there's a dad you can be proud of. President Biden was subjected to a right-wing Biden slur during a Christmas Eve call with NORAD's Santa tracker. Biden and First Lady were speaking with families from around the country who'd called into the North American Aerospace Defense Command to receive an update on Santa's location. And this is something that NORAD has done for years, and it's a fun little thing for kids to track Santa Claus. You know, NORAD, we have all of these tracking stations all around the country, and we're tracking Santa. And so President Biden and his wife, Jill, took some phone calls from some parents with their children there about this event.
Oh, this is sweet. What a lovely, sweet, wholesome family event.
So as the president was talking to one family and a parent, a man, said at the end of the conversation with President Biden, "Let's go, Brandon. I agree." Now, "Let's go, Brandon" has become a euphemism for F.
Third graders.
Joe Biden.
Oh, okay.
F. Joe Biden.
Yeah.
The slogan took off in a conservative circle after NASCAR driver Brandon Brown was interviewed by NBC Sports about his victory at the Talladega Superspeedway. The crowd began behind the interview, began to chant F. Joe Biden. Now, one of the announcers said, What are they saying there? And somebody said, "It sounds to me like they're saying, 'Let's go, Brandon.'"
Because he was the
race car driver was,
yeah.
But that's not what they were doing.
No.
But that's become, the thing you say. If you don't like President Biden, you say, "Let's go, Brandon." And he said it. This father said it to the president and his wife at the end of a phone call. Joe Biden spokesperson Michael LaRosa called the use of the slur during the Christmas Eve call sick, tasteless, classless, disrespectful, juvenile, and appalling. It's appalling behavior for a parent toward the commander-in-chief. So anyway, that's...
But you don't understand. The guy who said it, he's the victim. Just ask conservative media and ask him. He's the victim here.
It's his First Amendment right to do that. It's
well, now
still
there's
a jerky thing to do.
There's a dad you can be proud of. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. This is bad and stupid, funny human behavior, number 3. Bad and stupid.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Well, here's a wonderful example of celebrity behavior. Tristan Thompson, on Monday, NBA player, shared a message on his Instagram story writing, "Today, paternity tests reveal that I fathered a child with Marilee Nichols. I take full responsibility for my actions now that paternity has been established. I look forward to amicably raising our son. I sincerely apologize to everyone I've hurt or disappointed throughout this ordeal, both publicly and privately." Well, he's apologizing to Khloe Kardashian because they're together. He addressed Khloe.
Well, they're not together all the time, obviously.
Well,
sometimes they're not together.
As a matter of fact, they were dating when this child was conceived. Khloe, you don't deserve this, he said. You don't deserve the heartache and humiliation I have caused you. You're right. Absolutely right. He's a horrible person. Here's a good celebrity, a good person. Keanu Reeves donated a huge chunk of his earnings from the original Matrix to cancer research, a new report says.
Oh.
Reeves was reportedly paid $10 million up front for the 1999 sci-fi flick before earning a further $35 million when the movie became a hit. According to Lad Bible, I don't know what that is exactly, a website of some sort, the actor donated 70% of the money, $31.5 million, to leukemia research. And nobody's ever said anything much about it.
Well, he sort of did it anonymously. It wasn't like the Keanu Reeves Cancer Foundation or anything.
The cause of leukemia research was near and dear to Reeves' heart, as his younger sister Kim had been battling leukemia for 8 years at the time he made the donation. Kim was diagnosed with blood cancer in 1991 and spent a decade in and out of treatment before finally entering remission in 2001. Keanu has continued to give money to research in the years after Kim was cured, even creating now his own cancer fund. So there is a fund now in his name. He reportedly set up the nonprofit, which ran for years without any attention. That's a good celebrity.
Yes,
a good person. With tens of millions of unvaccinated Americans at higher risk for severe disease from COVID-19 infections, doctors and healthcare facilities nationwide are reporting a rising number of children being hospitalized, some of them who are too young to receive vaccine doses.
See, that's why you get vaccinated, because they can't be, so you're also helping to... Remember, won't somebody please think of the children? That's what we're talking about.
The nation's
freedoms.
The nation's largest pediatric hospital, Texas Children's Hospital in Houston, is reporting a more than four-fold increase in child hospitalization from COVID-19 over the last 2 weeks, spurred by the spread of Omicron. We have staggering numbers here from this Omicron surge already, said Dr. Jim Versalovic, pathologist in chief at Texas Children's. We shattered prior records that were established during the Delta surge in August. More than 700 children were in hospital with COVID-19 during one 24-hour period last week.
I don't know if you saw this he's a doctor up at University of Utah Hospital. He tweeted this out yesterday. He said, COVID update, staff is out sick. We can't open enough beds, so we're closing 40 inpatient beds. Staff is out sick, so we're closing ORs. Hospital with 3 times the COVID case admissions in just 4 days. Once again, we are canceling all inpatient surgeries unless life or limb threatening. But that's just right here at University Hospital.
The final bill for a COVID-19 hospitalization can vary depending on insurance, the severity of the case, and even what part of the country you live in, according to a recent study. The final bill for a COVID-19 hospitalization case, as analyzed by Fair Health, they looked at billions of private health care claims. For complex and non-complex hospitalization for COVID-19, the West had the highest average allowed amounts and the South the lowest. Utah families who experience COVID-19 hospitalizations say the bills come with sticker shock. It's a ton of work, said Mindy Green, managing the medical bills following her husband's 94-day stay in hospital battling COVID-19. They were billing me $400,000. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start with that. So even with insurance, now it may bill you $400,000, but then insurance kicks in, and you still owe $90,000.
Well, if you're in the hospital for 94 days, I mean, that's not hospital gouging you. That's expensive stuff that's going on for 94 days.
I don't know.
But my freedoms.
I don't know what people are supposed to do, though, if that happens to them. These are, I mean, many of these people are perhaps responsible people who get COVID.
Sure.
They get COVID. And I think maybe we should figure out a way to bill the people who are not responsible. And
there are companies that are doing that in a way. If you're not vaccinated, you have to pay a higher health care premium. There are companies that are doing that.
Here's good news. You want some good news?
Sure.
This happened, what's the date on this? I saw this over the break. No, I don't have the date. December 29th, there it is. A federal appeals court has upheld a 6-figure penalty levied against the stars of the Diesel Brothers monster truck television show for altering emission control systems in trucks, resulting in unnecessary air pollution in Utah. The 53-page ruling, released Tuesday, came with caveats that will put the matter back in the Salt Lake City courtroom of U.S. District Judge Robert Shelby for further proceedings, but it's pretty conclusive. The underlying case was brought not by state regulators, but by the environmental group Utah Physicians for Healthy Environment. The appeals court affirmed the right of private groups to bring action against polluters for alleged violations of the Clean Air Act. But they're going to have to look at it again to see how that all works out. But to build its case, Utah Physicians for Clean Air, they bought one of the altered trucks that the Diesel Brothers had done. They bought one for it was a 2013 Ford F-250. They bought it for $43,000. They had the emission levels tested. The vehicle released 36 times more pollutants than had been its emission control system been working properly.
To own the libs, you have to.
Yeah.
It was a classic coal roller, they said. You step on the gas, and out comes a big cloud of diesel black, to own the libs. But, if you pass a guy riding a bicycle, that's when you do it then, because he's probably a liberal.
Because I have yet to hear a good explanation why. We all live on the same planet, right? You're not just destroying the planet that the libs live on. It's the whole planet.
You need to go on Netflix and watch Don't Look Up. It's all
Do
there.
I?
It's
will
all
it,
there.
Will it upset me, though?
It will frighten you and upset you, and it'll also make you laugh. But
okay.
Dramatic video shows the moment a chunk of ice fell from a sign on Interstate 15 and crashed through a car's windshield. December 17th it happened, northbound exit of 7200 South. Marcin Kapinski said that he noticed what he described as an ice missile falling from the sign. With less than a second to react, he braced himself for impact. I was just passing below the sign and crashed. The block of ice hit me. It cost him $1,500. Nobody was injured. $1,500 to repair his windshield in his car. He's now looking to the Utah Department of Transportation for perhaps some recompense of that. And then finally this story. Sad news for people in Sunset, Utah. A beloved institution has burned to the ground. The Circle Inn Pizzeria has burned. The restaurant was completely engulfed in flames. It took hours for crews to douse the fire. Apparently there's not much left of the Circle Inn Pizzeria, a beloved institution in Sunset, Utah. I never went there. I've passed it many times. It's in an old building, and it didn't have a sprinkling system, and it went up pretty well. So it had been there since 1957.
Wow, really?
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Okay. Weather, traffic.
So actually fairly warm this morning already. We've been dealing with some pretty bitter cold temperatures the last few days, but right now it's 40 degrees. Now, it's not going to get a lot warmer today, but that 40 degrees means that when this storm is coming through, probably going to start out as rain and change over to snow later tonight. And we have this same kind of pattern, it looks like, going all the way through Thursday, because our highs are going to be in the low to mid 40s. So during the day, that's probably going to be rain, and overnight that will be snow. The good news is these storms coming in are going to help clean out the air. We'd had the inversion that had started building back in. This is going to help clean that out a little bit. Traffic, we have a truck that went off the side of the road, the ramp northbound I-215 to go eastbound I-80 Redwood Road. We got a multi-vehicle crash northbound US 189. This is up by Deer Creek Dam. Vehicles are on both sides of the roadway, and we've actually had a couple friends of the program text in about that. And let me check, see if there's anything else going on you need to know about. No, but if you see something you think friends of the program need to be aware of, you can text us. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986. Get to Strong Volkswagen during the Sign and Drive event, strongvw.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. This one, there's nothing funny about it. It's just bad and stupid. It's called No One is Sending Anti-Vaxxers to Death Camps. Anti-vaxxers in Kansas have compared COVID-19 vaccine mandates to the Holocaust after a group of protesters wore yellow stars to a government hearing. Republican state lawmakers hit out at comparisons being drawn between the murder of more than 6 million Jews by the Nazis and the requirement to be vaccinated against COVID-19 following Friday's tense meeting. Nazi authorities during World War II forced Jews to wear big yellow stars on their clothing as a means of identification in the 1930s and 40s. Republican State President Ty Masterson described the references as inappropriate.
That's kind.
Yeah. And Republican
asinine?
Speaker,
How about asinine?
And Republican Speaker of the House, Ron Reichman, called it disappointing.
Again,
I would not call it asinine either. I would call it stupid and evil.
And I would point out, nobody is forcing anybody to get vaccinated. Now, if you want certain jobs, certain privileges, certain opportunities, yes, you need to be vaccinated. Nobody is, the government, the president, your boss, nobody is forcing anybody to get vaccinated. If you would like to participate in these things, you need to be vaccinated, but nobody's going to make you.
Now, what did the anti-vaxxers say about this? Well, one of them, a spokesman for the people wearing the yellow stars in this meeting, he claimed that the U.S. was on track for a catastrophe like the Holocaust and said the star was there to remind people that, quote, every single thing that Hitler did, he did in accordance with the laws of his country. Huh?
Huh?
Okay. Anyway, boner candidate number 3. Nobody's sending anti-vaxxers to death camps.
You're going to the Hitler analogy too quick, too soon. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. He was riding a bike and he had a sword. I mean, what could go wrong? It's a man riding a bike in Florida. He fell off the bike. He had a sword with him and he accidentally stabbed himself. Boner candidate number 2, now there's a dad you can be proud of. A parent using a right-wing slur during a Biden call with the NORAD Santa tracker, with presumably his young child there, hearing him do it. And boner candidate number 3, no one is sending anti-vaxxers to death camps.
Here we go. Your first boner of the year. Well, round 1 anyway, so let's get this going. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting January 4, 2022, and vote there. Now, this is round 1. We'll send this first winner of this round forward to Boner Dome. We'll do this again at 8:20. That'll be round 2 with 3 more candidates, just like, and we'll do this again and send another one forward. And we'll have the winner of each round go against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for real. That's when Boner Fight happens. All right? So you've got until the end of these messages to get your vote in. I'm guessing it's not very much time. Get to it. It's Boner's round 1. Go.
The music starts.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Gel. G-E-L, gel. And now to use the word in a sentence, LeVar and LeGrand are here to show you how Utahns speak. Listen carefully for the word gel. Our word today was supplied by a famed Utah attorney who has undoubtedly heard this word used more times in his life than he cares to remember. The word again is gel.
Hey, LeGrand, how's tricks?
What? How's what?
Tricks. Things. How's things? How's it going with you? How's tricks?
Oh. How's it going? I got you. How's it going?
I asked you first.
What?
How it's going, that's what. I just asked how's it going, then you... Never mind. What's wrong with you?
Well, sure. I mean, no doubt I'm just fine. I'm a little distracted, maybe. Who wants to know?
Never mind. What's got you so distracted, LeGrand?
Well, I was speaking on the phone with my uncle down to Moab. My Uncle LeGrand.
I'm LeVar. You're LeGrand. That's the...
so's my uncle.
Huh?
Yeah, LeGrand Peterson. He owns a small gravel pit down to Moab.
Wait a second. Ain't you LeGrand Peterson?
No, I'm LeGrand Peterson. He's Peter S-E-N. I'm Peter S-O-N.
Well, hell, that's confusing.
Not to us. But anywho, he wants me to come down to Moab, help him catch some appliance dumpers.
Some what?
Someone has been dumping old appliances into his gravel pit.
Oh.
And he can't catch them. There's like 10 old fridges there and more every couple of days. So my uncle, LeGrand, will have to pay to have them all hauled away. And that's going to get expensive. But if he can catch who's doing it, maybe he can get reimbursed. And if not, well, he's just going to have them thrown in jail.
I guess illegal dumping can get you jail time.
It's jailable, all right. So long as the gels down there ain't full.
Yep.
But I got a few things to take care of first. Hey, LeVar, I just noticed your hair looks kind of different. You using some kind of junk in it?
Yes, my wife made me try it. It's some kind of new hair gel.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
All right, 7:47 right now. Time for the winner of round one's boner voting.
And the winner of round one is brought to you in part by a Cuban sandwich.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
So we had boner candidate number one. He was riding a bike and he had a sword. So what could possibly go wrong? He fell off the bike and stabbed himself with a sword. Dummy. Boner candidate number two. Now there's a dad you can be proud of. A parent using the right-wing slur, "Let's go Brandon," which means F you Biden, during a phone call with President Biden during a Santa event, a NORAD Santa tracker. And boner candidate number three, no one is sending anti-vaxxers to death camps. Kansas anti-vaxxers condemned for comparing vaccine mandates to the Holocaust by wearing big yellow stars in a meeting about vaccine mandates in the legislature. Let's see. Well, the winner, by a lot, actually.
Ooh.
Boner candidate number three, no one is sending anti-vaxxers to death camps.
There it is, your boner round one winner. It now goes forward to Boner Dome, where it waits for the winner of round two. Round two happens at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. The winner gets sent forward as well. We take both winners. You'll decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight will happen.
So, our Deadpool that we do every year. This is where we ghoulishly predict who will pass away during the year.
Celebrities. Famous people.
Yeah. And so we write, down a list of 10, and we submit them to Frank Christ, our crypt keeper, our Grim Reaper, and he keeps track and totals up. And how does the point system work exactly, Carrie? I'm not really even sure.
It's the age 100 is the cutoff point. So if you predict that so and so will die at the age of 8, this year, and they're 80, then that's 10 points. So Betty White was only 1 point because she was 99. See?
No, if 80, would it be 20 points?
20 points.
90 would be 10 points. Okay.
Yeah, 90 would be 10 points.
All right. And so Frank Christ, the Grim Reaper for Radio from Hell, he keeps track of all of this. We send him our list, and he keeps track. And then at the end of the year, he says how it went. And I'm looking for his results here. Here we go. He tweeted it out as 2021 closes. This is your winner of Deadpool 2021. Carrie with 30 points. Katie for short came close with 13 points. RFH Bill and RFH Gina get 0 points. So I thought, well, I better start getting my list together for 2022. And I thought maybe because nobody on my list died, I'll just keep the same list. Why not? And then, so I looked at my list, and Katie, you've got a picture of what I found. I looked at my list, and I'm going down. Terry Garr is there. No, she didn't die. Jerry Lee Lewis didn't die. Gary Glitter didn't die. Wait a minute. Christopher Plummer, I think he died. I looked it up. Yes, Christopher Plummer died February 5th, 2021. He was 91, which would have given me 9 points. And then I go back down the list. Tom Jones, the Queen, Don Everly. Don Everly? Wait a minute. I think Don Everly died, too. I look it up. Sure enough, August 22, 2021, he was 84, which would have given me, 16 points? Is that right? No, I don't. Yeah, 16
84?
points.
Yeah,
16 points. So I would have had 16 and 9 and 25 points. Still not enough to beat Carrie, but pretty impressive.
I'm wondering if you sent Frank Chris a different list, because he's usually not wrong.
Why would I have done that? Produce the list, Frank. Produce the list. I can't imagine that I send him the wrong list.
So when are we supposed to send in our 2022 lists?
Well, that's
Just
up
whenever
to us.
whenever we
Yeah.
want to.
We can we decide when the deadline will be. So you can do some research this week if you'd like.
I'm ready.
And we
I'm
can
not
do it
ready.
on Friday.
I'm not ready
quite
either.
Ready.
I'm not ready because of the damned irregularities, and I want an accounting of this.
Okay, so should we say Friday?
No, wait a minute. No, no, you're trying to gloss this over. No, we're not going to say any deadline until I get some satisfaction here.
So Frank has got to produce the list.
Okay.
Justify
Now,
yourself,
Bill,
Chris.
if he comes back with, Bill, here's the list you sent me, and they're not on there.
If it says, now the list has to say 2021 on it. If it does, the list I sent him was the list I read you. And I want to know what happened.
All right.
I want to
All
know
right.
what happened. So we can't make any predictions for the next Deadpool until I get satisfaction. I still wouldn't have won, but I want my, what was it I said? It was 30 points or whatever it was. 25.
Bill wants satisfaction.
Yeah. So I just like to see how Frank. Yeah, Mike Mitchell says there's voter fraud going on here.
Stop the steal.
That's
We shouldn't have these mail-in deaths. We shouldn't have.
Well, I'm glad we're buying me some time because my list is too long. I have more than 10, so I gotta go through and whittle it down. Decide whether I want to play the short game or the high stakes game this year.
See, and I would have just kept the same people on the list because they're all, there's a good chance that they could go. The Queen, come on. What Jerry Lee Lewis? He should have been dead centuries ago.
I'm just going to warn you of my strategy. And no one can tread on it because I'm calling it. My list is going to be all public anti-vaxxers.
Okay.
However your strategy goes.
I had some people on deck. I'm just looking at this list, and I had people on deck that are still good choices. And I will keep the same list with the exception of Christopher Plummer and Don Everly because they're already dead.
I would even go as far as pulling the Queen because she's going to be 100 this year.
Yeah,
Right?
you're right.
So I'd pull the Queen because you're not going to get any.
No,
points
she's
for that.
not.
She's not?
No.
How old is she?
She was 94 in 2021.
Oh,
She'll be
okay.
95 sometime in 2022.
All right. Yeah, see, I've got a bunch of people who are in their late 90s, and I'm pretty sure these are going to go, and I'll get low scores. But then you got to, pick one that's a younger person that just, could possibly go this year, and then you get the points. If you just get one of those, you win the game.
It's like investing, Bill. You have a diversified portfolio is the best way to have.
I
a little
had
bit.
that. Don't tell me how to invest my money. I had that. Don't tell me how to invest my corpses.
Now Frank is in the chat room, and he's pausing. He says, "I will update shortly."
Okay. You can DM me. You can do it in the chat room. I want to know. And I want to see a picture. I want to see a picture of the list I sent you, Frank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Now here's a strange question from text. People need to die in person to be valid deaths? Question mark.
People
What?
need what? Die in person.
How am I going to see Henry
Yes,
Kissinger die in person?
I was standing there when Christopher Plummer kicked the bucket. I don't know.
What kind of a stupid text is that?
A stupid text.
All right. I catch so much hell when I say things like that, but I'm sorry, that's just stupid.
Maybe it's a voice to text thing that didn't come out right. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. People need to die in person to validate to be valid deaths. I don't.
Now, your Deadpool can be, and here's a texter, your Deadpool can be a wish list, but you usually don't do well that way.
No, I actually I feel very bad, when I'll put names on it and I'll go, God, I don't want that person to die.
There are
I
several
really don't.
that I have
That's
on
how
my
I feel
list.
like Terry Garr on your list, Bill. I don't want her
I
on
know,
your list.
but Henry Kissinger on Kerry's list.
Well, that's
he
all
could
right.
go. I'd be happy.
But then next to him, I got Mel Brooks. You know.
No, Kerry Jackson, don't you dare.
See,
do that.
that's what I'm saying. Is that
Sorry, Mel Brooks is already on my list and has been for 2 years.
You both take
I know.
his name off.
I know. It's terrible.
That is
I know.
not okay.
Sorry,
Well,
Carrie.
Well, I'm curious to see what happened here, because it surprised me, because I don't really, I don't pay attention. I just assume that Frank will take care of it. I make my predictions, and then I assume Frank will take care of it. And so when Christopher Plummer died, or when and I remember Don Everly because he was the last surviving Everly brother of the two. I remember when he died, and I just, but it didn't occur to me, they're on my list. I didn't think about it. So there you go. I think it's voter fraud. Maybe Frank uses some kind of voting machines from the Dominion Company.
the ghost of
Yeah.
who was it?
I don't remember.
The ghost of. Oh, all right. Well, there you go. That's if you want to play. People have said, "Can I play?" And I was like, "Yeah, you can play along with us.
Play
Make
along,
your own
sure.
list. Make your own list."
Wait.
Oh,
We have
What?
an update.
we do.
Frank Christ says, quote, after further review and after fishing Don Everly and Christopher Plummer out of the river Styx, the tally is as follows. Carrie, 30 points. Bill, 27. Katie, 13.
I am
vindicated.
There you go. A couple of.
I am vindicated.
There you go. See,
I
that's-
almost got you, Kerry. 27 points.
That's why a real recount it was called for this time.
Yeah. Oh, dangling chads might have been a problem too. Says Mike Mitchell. All right.
Okay. Well, then so when should we submit the new list? Do you still want to do Friday?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Friday?
Okay.
Okay.
So that means you have to finalize your list. You have to send it to Frank.
With a date,
With
in
a
case
date.
there's
All
a
that.
problem.
And maybe you better. And here's what I would suggest. I would suggest that you use a word processor and make the letters really big so he can see them, because apparently his eyesight is failing
He's been busy, Bill, as
with COVID.
this is evidence with a lot going on.
Yeah,
All right.
that's-
It's on our list for Friday.
Okay. Clearly, the death in person was a joke about voter fraud and mail-in ballots. Well, that was a
okay.
stretch.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. We got round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all of that stuff coming up. Bill Frost right after this to talk about what's on TV this week. So join us then. KXRK Provo. Do the job.
That's okay. Lots of icy, slick roads up near Deer Creek Dam that's caused a multi-car accident up there. Right lane and both shoulders are blocked. Crash I-15 southbound approaching Park Lane in Farmington. Cars are on the right shoulder, but traffic is slowing as it's going by. Backing into Kaysville. A truck off the side of the road. Northbound I-215 to go eastbound I-80 Redwood Road. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break and be back with Bill Frost after these. KXRK Provo.
Then I went upstairs to work and get up there about 3:30, and I just kept thinking all morning. I have no thoughts. There is nothing going through my mind. My noggin is empty.
You're not angry about anything?
No, but I'm sure you'll change that at some point here pretty quickly.
You should be grateful for that.
I am. You people don't know how grateful I am that if all else fails, Gina can get me going. Just
Happy to help.
yeah, and not in a.
I thought you'd be all upset about Prince Philip. I thought that would get you going today.
Who gives a rat's ass about Prince Philip? Not me.
I don't know, man. There was a press release.
It's about. Listen, I think if he needs to step back, that's fine.
I thought
Seems a little early at 95.
it would give you a chance to talk about how he farts all the time.
I don't know.
He has more time to fart now that he's stepping back from something like that.
He can't step
Private
back
fart
because he
time.
farts so much. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about that. There's very little in the news right now that I care about.
Healthcare? You don't care about that?
I'm the opposite.
pretty...
I care about a lot of it, but I don't want to talk about it because it's just going to make me mad.
See, and I think what it is...
If you were a woman, you'd be upset about healthcare.
I think what it is that I've become pretty numb.
Steve Hatch Family Chocolates. I saw him post on Facebook yesterday, and it's a picture of him standing there going, "Guess what? I'm a walking pre-existing condition."
Exactly. He has dwarfism.
He said I obviously made poor choices in utero.
Yeah.
that made.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't give a good God.
There you go. There's
about
the mad.
it.
There's the mad.
They don't care.
There it is.
That smug.
There it
Son
is.
of a bitch, Paul Ryan.
There it is.
With his big ears sticking out. I'm going to the gym. I wear my hat backwards.
Oh, he gets to keep Obamacare, by the way.
Yeah,
sure.
They want it.
They
want it. They got a special dispensation in there. They get it.
Y'all
don't.
I don't think insurance should cover the pre-existing condition of meanness.
Okay, we do have round 2 of your boners coming up. Stand by for that. Big Boy News, Opinioendo. But right now, let's talk about what's on TV this week. Is this sponsored?
It should be, but it's not.
It's not.
Well,
No.
as far as we know, it's not.
It's brought to you by BillFrost.tv.
Well, here he is, BillFrost.tv. I think you should change your name legally, Bill, to BillFrost.tv.
Sure.
That's a good idea. That's good branding.
Yeah. Bill is, of course, a TV critic, writer, I guess, explainer, guy. For Slug magazine, does a column called Content Shifter, which you can read in Slug every month. And he also has a podcast about, well, ostensibly about TV. It's mainly an excuse to drink. Called TV.
I don't need an excuse to drink.
Called TV Tan.
It's an accompaniment to drinking. That's what it is.
Yes.
And then also he's a musician in a band called Magda Vega and other bands, and all of that stuff can be found at his name, BillFrost.tv.
Yeah, you can find it there.
What's on TV?
New stuff this week. Something premiered last night on Fox. You can probably on-demand it if this sounds interesting to you. A new series called The Cleaning Lady, which is an adaptation of I believe, an Argentinian series.
I saw a preview for that. It looked really weird.
Yeah, it's a woman. She's a Cambodian doctor. She makes her way into the U.S. Undocumented, and she thinks she's going to, find a cure for her ailing son. Her son is not well. And she says, well, get to America and they can fix him up. And, of course, the system fails her, as it has most of us. And she has to take a job as a cleaning lady, but then she witnesses a murder perpetrated by the mob. Therefore, look, don't kill me. I'll clean up your crime scene. And now she has a new job.
cleaning up crime scenes.
Interesting.
And the actress here is Elodie Young, who you might remember as Elektra from Netflix's Daredevil.
That was the reason that I even saved this in my DVR. As I was I was zipping through the promo for this, and I went, "Is that Elektra?" And I had to go back and look, and I went, "Oh, I'll be damned, that's her."
Yeah, it's a pretty intense little action series. I don't know how many seasons you get out of this, but right now it's worth checking out.
Okay.
And tonight, we talked about this in December, and now they have their proper time slot premieres tonight. 2 NBC comedies, American Auto and Grand Crew on NBC. The first one stars Anna Gasteyer, and this is from Justin Spitzer, the guy who did Superstore. And it's pretty funny. Seen the first couple of episodes. You can watch them on Peacock. And the second one is about a group of friends from the one of the writers of Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Insecure, a group of friends who hang out at a wine bar in L.A. And it's funnier than that sounds.
Yeah, because that sounds not great.
It better be.
No, here's the thing. I watched the first 2 episodes of each of these shows, and the Grand Crew, very funny. It's got a lot of really funny stuff in it, and a great cast. The car one
could be better.
It could be better. It needs a little work. It needs a little help. There's some characters there who aren't very. They're just not right, and they should go or be recast possibly.
Carrie has notes.
Yeah.
It's very close. Yeah, I do. I have notes. It's very close to where it needs to be.
Yeah, if you do watch the 2 episodes of Grand Crew available right now, back to back, you'll notice they look wildly different.
Yes.
It looks like one was filmed like years ago, and they just said, okay, we're going to go with this. We got to get everybody back together. And it has different lighting, different tone, everything. But once you get past that, it's very funny.
It did. It looked like a different show.
Okay.
Now, conversely, what's the name of the show? Elementary? That's also a sitcom? Something Elementary?
And the school, yeah.
The school
I can't
one.
remember. I've already forgotten the name of it.
That one's really solid. Very, very funny, except for the principal. She's the one weak link in that whole cast. Otherwise, it's very funny. But that's a show that's coming down the road.
Yes.
All right.
And also tonight is the 6th and final season premiere of This Is Us. I don't watch it, but I know people who do.
People love it.
There you go.
Okay. Fine.
And for the wrestling fans out there, AEW Dynamite moves from TNT to TBS this week on Wednesday. I'm sure the wrestling fans already know that.
They knew.
Yeah. And The Amazing Race season 32 premieres on CBS on Wednesday.
That's been off for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, they had to take a break because some stuff came up, internationally.
Mm-hmm.
But now they finally finished the new season, and it leads into a new series. If you need another medical drama in your life, somebody might. Yeah, a new series called Good Sam on CBS about a female doctor who has to take over from her very demanding boss, who happens to be her father after he falls into a coma. And then she takes over the hospital, but then he awakens from his coma. He wants his damn job back, and things get awkward.
Well, you would.
So it's Succession, but doctors. Okay.
Kind of, yeah. And the reason to watch this is Jason Isaacs. He plays the father here. He's good. So
yes,
he could save this thing. On Thursday, a mini-series called Women of the Movement. It's a limited series. This is the story of Mamie Till Mobley, played by Adrienne Warren. She's a Tony winner.
Is that Emmett Till's mother?
Yes, who was out for justice after lynching of her 14-year-old son, Emmett Till, in 1955 in Mississippi.
Oh.
Yeah, this is it's going to be 2 hours every Thursday, 6 parts total. And this is supposed to be the first of many series under the title of Women of the Movement.
Okay.
On Friday, I don't know, anybody here watch Search Party? Aliyah Shawkat's show?
Yeah, it was a funny show.
Very funny, very dark, too.
Yes.
5th and final season drops on Friday.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm not sure if it's the whole thing or just one episode a week, but this is interesting. This season, her character, who's got a lot of problems, teams up with a tech billionaire played by Jeff Goldblum, and the name he goes by is Tunnel Quinn.
Okay.
That's funny enough right there.
Okay.
Yep, I'm there.
So it's not serious, I hope.
It's a comedy, but it's dark.
Yeah.
And and if you've already blown through all of the Wheel of Time and The Witcher and all your other fantasy shows over the holidays, I have one you might not be aware of. It's called The Discovery of Witches. It's on Sundance now, but it's also available on AMC Plus and Shudder if you have any of those. It's about a historian/witch who runs across an ancient manuscript that can conjure creatures and allow time travel and everything, and she's trying to contain the evil of this book while also working with a vampire. And if you heard all that and go, that's for me, then no.
Isn't this Anne Rice adjacent or something like that? Didn't she
I don't
have
think
something
it's
to do
Anne
with
Rice
this?
adjacent. It's based on a book series.
Yeah, it's a book series. Okay, it wasn't Anne Rice then. It was an author that is of some note, and I can't remember now.
But it's a third and final season premiering Saturday on Sundance Now, AMC Plus, and Shudder, and all the episodes will be there.
Okay.
And going to Sunday, a new Fox series, a comedy called Pivoting, with some very, very funny people.
Oh, yes.
Eliza Coupe, who you know from Happy Endings and a lot of other stuff. Jennifer Goodwin from... I'm going to say Big Love.
Big Love,
I know I know she's done a lot of other stuff since then, but I remember her from Big Love, Jennifer Goodwin.
Yeah.
And Maggie Q, who you don't really associate with comedy. But this is they're three friends who, when their childhood friend dies suddenly, and they decide, our lives suck. We're gonna pivot to something new. And they make maybe some wrong decisions, maybe some right decisions, but it's about them, trying to start new lives for themselves. And it's a no laugh track comedy.
Okay.
It'll be interesting.
And,
There's some talented people there.
Yeah. And also the second season premiere of Euphoria on Sunday with Zendaya.
She can do no wrong.
If you have teenage kids, do not watch this show.
No.
This is not for you. It's about sex. It's drugs and sex and more drugs and more sex and yeah.
Don't you think
But it's
parents
really
want to
good.
know what's going on with their kids?
Well, the
maybe
parents
not
can
this
watch
much.
it, just the kids can't.
It's a
watch.
cautionary tale. No, I think Bill said, if you have teenagers, don't watch this, I think is what he said.
This might send you into a tizzy,
Yes,
a literal tizzy.
You won't let them leave
Don't
the
want
house.
that.
Yeah.
And also season 2 premiere on Sunday, right after Euphoria, of The Righteous Gemstones.
Yes.
Very funny series from Danny McBride.
This is the last season of it? I thought I read.
No, I don't think so. They actually
okay.
plan on doing several seasons of this. That's the plan anyway.
All right, good.
This is Danny
He has
McBride,
kids to put
John
through
Goodman.
college.
Yeah. Walton Goggins, John Goodman, and we're joined. It's about a mega church and evangelical family, and they're not semi-criminal doings. And it's if you like Danny McBride, this is for you. If not, this will not win you over whatsoever. But joining the show this season is Eric Andre, as a West Coast preacher who's come to the South to join forces with the mega church.
Okay.
Good people.
Jason Schwartzman has an NPR type reporter investigating the mega church. Yeah.
This is going to be good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So that's
Well,
the whole
I made a
slew of new
mistake.
stuff this week.
I made a mistake. I
Okay.
thought I'd check out Yellowstone to see what everybody was talking about.
Not for you?
It's
no,
not for
I'm
you.
absolutely hooked on it.
See, I told
really?
you. I told you. I love it.
I have been binging it, watching it. I'm almost through all of the seasons, and I'll catch up.
Oh.
And then I
You're
started
almost through
watching.
all of it? You watched that?
And then I started watching the prequel, 1883. And my wife, who hasn't been binging the Yellowstone with me, she said, "Well, I'll watch 1883 with you," and that's really good too. So there you go.
Oh, there you go. I'll stick with Yellow Jackets myself.
Well, I watched that too.
I love that show. All right. Thank you, Bill Frost. Thank you very much.
Bye.
We'll take a break. We will be back. Round 2 of your boners and big boy news coming up after these. What are our candidates?
We have traffic first, maybe?
Oh, traffic, if you want.
Sure, we got crash southbound I-15 at US 6 on-ramp. This is in Spanish Fork. It's the right lane being affected there. Crash Washington did I say Boulevard? Boulevard.
Sure.
36th Street. That's up to Ogden. Stalled vehicle northbound I-15 at 146 South off-ramp in Bluffdale. It's blocking the lane. Traffic getting by on the right, that says. Crash eastbound Parish Lane 11th West in Centerville. Crash 1900 West 40th South. That's up to Roy. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 325. That's Shepherd Lane in Farmington off to the right shoulder. Crash westbound Antelope Drive 20th West in Syracuse. And that's it. That's traffic.
All right, we've got bonus round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Listen to these. Number 1, I think we can see he had no other choice. Number 2, the office of mayor gives you certain privileges. And number 3, Utah politicians and the right-wing militia.
Okay, boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
You know, Hoops Vision, Carrie and I both have had our eyes corrected, laser surgery. I hate to call it surgery because it doesn't seem like surgery.
No. You lie down, and there's a little bit of pressure, and you get up and you can see.
Yeah, it's don't be nervous about it. Hoops Vision does a great job. I mean, I had a terrific experience. Carrie did as well. The doctors and the staff are really organized. They know what they're doing. They make you feel comfortable every single step of the way. And you get rid of your glasses and your contact lenses. Just one day after the procedure, your vision is amazingly clear. So don't be nervous. Call and schedule your free, no-obligation consultation. It's Hoops Vision, 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK. Or if you prefer, go to hoopsvision.com.
Here's what Bill Allred is thinking when he's not on the air.
Gotta think up some new features for Radio from Hell. Spice the show up. Maybe we could do a top 10 list. Now, every morning show has ripped that idea off from Letterman. What about bringing back that character I used to do? PBA bowling champ Wayne Zahn. God, no. That was stupid then, and it'd be stupid now. What about a character who can read minds or predict the future? No. That's too much like Karnak. Double time checks might make things sound snappier. It's 7:27, 27 minutes after 7. Geez, that's stupid. God, I just know I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is thinking when he's not on the air.
Oh, we gotta start working on this new Space Elders bit for this fall. And maybe we should call it Elders in Space. No, that's too much like pigs in space. Space Elders, that's it. Man, it's gonna take a lot of production, music, and sound effects. Good acting jobs by Bill and Chunga, which is next to impossible. Maybe I'll ask the janitor to do a role, even he'd be better than those guys. Man, this Space Elders is going to take a lot of work, but it's really going to spice up the show when we get it going. Man, I'm going to be thinking about this all day.
Here's what Jimmy Chunga is thinking when he's not on the air.
Pudding, chocolate pudding, vanilla pudding, butterscotch pudding, rice pudding, tapioca. Oh man, I love pudding. Jello pudding pops, chocolate and vanilla pudding swirled together. Oh, pudding. Pudding. I'd kill everyone in this room for one spoonful of sweet pudding.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Mormon carrier pigeons, did he say?
Yeah. Jewish space laser Mormon carrier pigeons.
Okay. I don't know. I don't think I get it.
Don't think about it.
I won't. Okay. Sorry.
You've already done too much.
I'm just trying to stall a little bit because Gina's apparently gone. So.
Well, it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will have to decide between these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should definitely go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. So you'll decide between those 2 coming up at 9:20, you see. That's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, we need to send forward one of these 3 from this round 2 to compete. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to the Utah International Auto Expo. It's coming to Mountain America Expo Center January 14th through the 17th. Over 350 of the hottest new cars and trucks all in one place. You don't want to miss it. Visit autoshowutah.com for more information.
Boner candidate number 1 is, I think we can see that he had no other choice. A 23-year-old man has been charged with killing another man. You see, they were arguing. This happened, by the way, in Overland, Missouri. You would think this would be Florida, but it's not. So these 2 guys are arguing, and this argument became very heated. And so heated that one man shot the other man dead. And you would think that they must have been arguing about something pretty serious. Maybe there was some infidelity. Maybe there was some theft involved. Maybe some serious property issues. But no, they were arguing over whose car was faster.
Well, there's other than shooting each other, there's a way to prove that.
No.
There's a way to...
No, there is no other way. I think we could see he had no other choice, but after arguing about who had the faster car, he shot the guy dead. Boner.
I'll show you whose car is fastest.
Right. Boner candidate number 1. I'm sorry. That's just so stupid. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Well, the office of mayor gives you certain privileges. Police in northern Niger have seized more than 200 kilograms, that's 440 pounds of cocaine, worth about $8.7 million. That was being transported in the local mayor's official truck. The mayor and his driver, who were in the vehicle at the time, were arrested with 199 bricks of cocaine at a checkpoint on the road heading north out of the desert trading hub of Agadez on Sunday. That is a very important trading area, Agadez, A statement from Niger's Central Office for the Repression of Illicit Drug Trafficking confirmed that there had been a record seizure of more than 440 pounds of coke in Agadez, but they didn't give details. But after some digging, media found that this cocaine was being transported by a local mayor, and I believe his son was in the truck with him. Boner candidate number 2. Well, the office of mayor gives you certain privileges, doesn't it? Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Utah politicians and the right-wing militia. Katie, I hope we have a picture to go along with this. It's something.
All right. We'll get to candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Looking to do something for yourself in the new year? Finish what you started or begin a brand new chapter at Western Governors University. Apply for the 2022 Year of You Scholarship today. WGU University of You. Online, accredited, affordable. Learn more at wgu.edu.
Well, this is really becoming the thing to do, selling an entire catalog of certain artists' music. I think Bruce Springsteen, he holds the record at this point. Sold all the rights to all of his music to some big publishing group. After months of negotiations, David Bowie's estate has sold the singer's formidable publishing catalog to Warner Chappell Music for about $250 million. The catalog spans 6 decades and includes, very famous songs: Heroes, Changes, Space Oddity, Fame, Let's Dance, Rebel Rebel, Golden Years, Z, Stardust, All the Young Dudes, his 1981 collaboration with Queen, Under Pressure, hundreds of more songs. The agreement comprises songs from the 26 David Bowie studio albums that he released during his lifetime, and then his posthumous studio release, Toy, which comes out on Friday.
Which is his birthday, I believe.
It also includes 2 studio albums from Tin Machine. Remember Tin Machine?
Yeah.
Along with tracks released as singles from soundtracks and other projects. And a rare Lou Reed demo, a collection of rare Lou Reed demos, were released over the holiday period. And I'm sorry I didn't, and I guess they're probably still out there, but they were quickly withdrawn in an apparent copyright dump. According to Variety, RCA Sony Music uploaded a 17-track album of Lou Reed demos to iTunes in Europe on December 23rd, titled I'm So Free, the 1971 RCA demos. It was then removed a couple of days later. Matthew Goody, the author of Needles and Plastic, Flying Nun Records, took to social media to point out that the album had been released already, sharing a link that previewed the album's artwork. Apparently, Lou Reed's RCA demos from 1971 were dumped on Apple Music Christmas Eve, but they've already been released by another group. This is a copyright infringement, and so they've been pulled. The track list includes rough versions of nearly every song from Lou Reed's 1972 solo album, Transformer.
Oh, great album.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to hear do you really want to hear the rough tracks of that?
Sometimes that's fun to hear.
Yeah, I guess.
What they
Yes,
sounded like before.
Yeah.
A big fan, seeing how that song, grew, evolved.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration yesterday expanded the emergency use authorization for Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine boosters to children ages 12 to 15. The agency also shortened the time needed before receiving a booster shot from at least 6 months after completion of the initial series to at least 5 months for everyone 12 and older.
I got to get my kids in this week for that now that they can get it. They say the problem, though, is not okaying the booster, that over half of the kids in the country don't even have the first 2.
Yeah. Throughout the pandemic, as the virus that causes COVID-19 has continuously evolved, the need for the FDA to quickly adapt has meant using the best available science to make informed decisions with the health and safety of the American public in mind, said the acting commissioner, Janet Woodcock. With the current wave of Omicron, it's critical we continue to take effective, life-saving preventative measures such as primary vaccination and boosters, mask wearing, and social distancing in order to effectively fight COVID-19. Of course, Utah, the reason we're broadcasting from our homes, Utah, nearly 2 years after the first confirmed coronavirus case was reported, the state reported 4,659 new cases on Thursday, almost breaking a record in a single day. A whopping 14,754 new cases were reported following the New Year's weekend, including Thursday's tally. This is astonishing. And they're saying that it's probably underreported as well.
More than likely.
As high as the numbers reported Monday seem, they likely represent, quote, a dramatic undercount of positive tests, said Dr. Stenheim, Eddie Stenheim of Intermountain Healthcare. So he says it's probably an undercount. That's just, man. And then this, on the last day of August 2021, 1,677 Utahns tested positive for coronavirus. That's August 2021. Nearly 500 of Utah's hospital beds were filled with COVID-19 patients, with about 50 new patients hospitalized every day. Lines at test sites were so long that patients were relieving themselves in the bushes. 13 Utahns had died from coronavirus one day earlier. That was the day that Governor Spencer Cox stopped doing regular public updates focused on the pandemic.
I think we need those back.
David Kahn, a political science professor at Utah State University, said he connects that policy shift with the widespread availability of vaccines that gave people the chance to protect themselves, even if they chose not to. For me, it feels like a pivot point, the professor said. With that change, he has looked a lot more like conservative governors around the country. So he was appearing a little too liberal, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Since last
It's liberal
August.
to let your constituents know about the situation
Apparently.
of a pandemic.
Yeah.
That's a political thing.
And
Since
all
last-
the
it
and
is.
all the right-wing think tanks and the legislature, they called him aside and said, "Son, you're not doing this right. You got to let us,
Since
listen to
last
us."
August, Cox appears to have deviated from expectations that his reputation as a moderate would extend to his coronavirus response,
Yep.
as well as largely detaching from his office's vague but lengthy agenda for combating COVID-19. But no, he's decided he's going to be more conservative, and it's not political, but it is political because people make it political. Donald Trump, he's in the news. He's endorsed Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban. Viktor Orban is a criminal and a killer. Former
He's
President
strong, Bill.
Trump.
That means he's strong. Those-
Former President Trump endorsed Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, formally pledging his complete support to a far-right foreign leader who has touted turning his country into an illiberal state. Orban has rewritten election laws to favor his own party. He's changed school textbooks. He's curbed press freedoms. He overhauled the Constitution and changed the composition of the judiciary.
Any of that sound familiar? Any of?
But last fall, Tucker Carlson broadcast from Budapest for a week, calling the nation a place with a lot of lessons for the rest of us. Former Vice President Mike Pence visited Hungary last year for a conference and to look at how they're doing what they're doing. This is madness. Orban is about 2 hairs shy of being a complete dictator.
Which
It's
is
madness.
It's the direction the GOP wants to go.
Oh,
Elections don't work for them, and so they're looking at this guy and going, can we learn from this? Yeah. Putin's helping,
And Donald Trump's children, Ivanka Trump and Don Jr., have now been issued subpoenas by the New York Attorney General Letitia James
I'm sure they'll show up for those. I'm sure they'll.
as part of an ongoing fraud inquiry examining the operation of former President Donald Trump's namesake real estate business. I think when the Attorney General of New York issues a subpoena, if you don't show up, then they send law officers. This is different from Congress. For some reason, Congress, I don't know if they
wishy-washy?
can't or they won't send.
They can. It's just visually they're worried about the visuals. Of that.
But the New York Attorney General, if they don't respond to the subpoenas, the New York Attorney General will send the cops and say, "Okay, you're under arrest." Then,
well, Vanke and Dummy are fighting these orders.
Sure.
So that's their stall tactic. They don't have to do one or the other. The third is to fight it and try to get them thrown out.
Yeah.
So that's the latest stall tactic. I want to see him frog walk just as much as everybody.
Now,
But we're going to have to be patient.
If you want to see something really creepy and amazing, I tweeted another video this morning of this at RFH Bill. An enormous crab joined golfers for a round on Christmas Islands in Australia and made off with some of their gear and even sliced through one of their golf clubs with his big claw like a chainsaw. Footage taken on the course shows the huge crab clutching onto the ends of a man's golf clubs after it appeared to have climbed on his golf bag. And then eventually you see the crab's claw just shear through the golf club. And it's huge. It's as big as one of your dogs or bigger, Carrie.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Got to see that.
Yeah.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
I thought I'd just talk a little bit more about Bryson Barnes because we talked a little bit about him with Ed Brass earlier because our attorney went to the Rose Bowl. So Bryson Barnes came in at the last second after Cam Rising, the quarterback, went out with an injury. And Bryson Barnes is from Milford, Utah, like population 2,500, tiny Milford, Utah. And I guess he holds the state high school record in touchdown passes. It's a tiny 1A school he went to. So not only did he do football in Milford, he also raised prize pigs. That was his, 4-H hobby when he was a kid. He was an Eagle Scout. So pig farmer turned quarterback for the Rose Bowl, Bryson Barnes. Amy Donaldson was tweeting about him quite a bit during the game. She's, of course, interviewed him because she's Mrs. High School Sports.
Yeah.
So the college football championship is, if you didn't already know, the Georgia Bulldogs and Alabama Crimson Tide, and that will be next Monday, January 10th. The Jazz won last night. They beat the Pelicans 115-104. I think they play not tonight, but tomorrow night. That's your sports. Weather. So we're in this pattern where we warm up a little bit. We've been in this bitter cold for the last week or so, but now we're going to be hovering in the low to mid 40s for our daily highs, which means these storms that are coming through, they're going to be rain for part of them and then changing over to snow off and on through Thursday, it looks like. Thursday into Friday. So the good news is they're going to not only bring this precipitation that we need, but going to clear out some of the inversion that has started to build back in. High today of 41. Traffic, we have a crash on Parish Lane at the ramps to I-15 in Centerville. The right lane and shoulder are blocked there. We have a crash south on I-15 at US 6 on-ramp in Spanish Fork. We have, crash Washington Boulevard. I did it again, Boulevard.
Boulevard?
And 36th
Just go with
Street in Okay, it's
Lean
Boulevard.
into it. Make it yours.
We'll all do it.
Thanks. And let me check our message stream. Somebody said there's a fender bender in the left lane at by Hill Air Force Base. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986. That's where you do that, and we'll pass it along. Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch weekends. Until 3 p.m. Enjoy their heated patio and live music 4 nights a week, or watch your favorite sports. Gracie's, located at the corner of Broadway and West Temple, 21 and older only.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Utah politicians and the right-wing militia. In early December, you'll remember, the right-wing Utah Patriots militia courted some controversy with a Kyle Rittenhouse appreciation rally in downtown Salt Lake, teaming up with the Proud Boys. Of course, Kyle Rittenhouse, the young man acquitted of killing 2 people in Wisconsin, went to help out with his, assault-style rifle. He went to help out, ended up killing 2 people. Well, the organization Utah Patriots held its Christmas party this year in Riverton, complete with a rifle-toting Santa Claus who supported a Let's Go Brandon hat, plenty of guns and a canned food drive, and a handful of prominent Utah Republicans were also on hand.
Of course they were.
Former Utah Speaker of the House Greg Hughes
Naturally.
joined Elena Erickson, who is a candidate for the Republican nomination in Utah's 1st Congressional District, and Jason Preston. Also in attendance was, of course, Phil Lyman of Blanding. As the Tribune reported in November, Elena Erickson, is suing Governor Spencer Cox and Lieutenant Governor Henderson, several other government officials, claiming that COVID-related restrictions violated her constitutional rights. She's seeking $1.5 billion in damages.
Wow. Okay.
Hughes, who was the top-billed speaker at the event, says he attended due to his good relationship with the organization. You know, I went to D.C. with them when I spoke at one of the many Trump rallies on December 12th in 2020. They were great. There were people there to commit violence, and this group kept me and others from Utah safe, Hughes said.
Really?
Hughes spoke at several events in Washington, D.C., protesting Biden's election win last December. During those events, Trump supporters, including the Proud Boys, clashed with Antifa counter-protesters. At least 4 people were stabbed, 23 arrested. It was a more dangerous atmosphere than I thought it would be. I'm glad the militia was there with me, Hughes said. Boner candidate number 3.
He could have been your governor, by the way.
Utah politicians and the right-wing militia.
Okay, there you go. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
I don't know what pictures we had, but there's...
It's
the one with Santa Claus?
Yeah,
It's the
Santa.
And little kids.
And the family, mom, dad, 3 kids, little kids, all holding giant guns.
Yeah. All right, here's a review of the candidates you'll vote for. Number 1, I think we can see that he had no other choice. They were arguing, 2 men arguing over whose car was faster, and to settle the argument, one man shot the other one dead. No other choice. Boner candidate number 2, well, the office of mayor gives you certain privileges. A Niger mayor was arrested by police because they found like 80 pounds of cocaine in his car, in his truck. And Boner candidate number 3, Utah politicians and the right-wing militia.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight to possibly become Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Another way is just to call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 4, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. All right. You have until the end of these messages to do it. The winner here will go forward to Boner Fight, facing off against the winner of round 1's voting, which we've already done. But we'll take both of these winners, and you'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote at 9:20 this morning. But right now, let's just do round 2. Here we go.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think it,
you're
but I think it might be
Italian. You
Veneto.
should. No, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals. It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner, Marco, came out, and he said, I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone, has the New York strip on one side and the filet on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so big, the whole table can share it.
Wow.
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us.
Raw meat right here.
Yeah. And it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and, when he's telling me it's 100 days old.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of...
What?
Like green and white.
Or did he have that in his pocket?
No,
did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you. I'm telling you this so you guys.
You're
are
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, now I'm going to go back and cook it.
Come
But
here,
I
come
just
here.
show.
There you go. All right.
So she.
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was more than that. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But four people shared it. 4 people shared
for eating a $100 steak.
And
it was. I've never tasted anything like it.
It was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other.
A whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle. Way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was. We all just had little bits of it, but.
You way to go, 1%er.
Hmm, 8:49. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by half a beer.
Ooh.
Just half?
Yeah.
That's all you wanted?
I'm moderating for January.
Okay. All right. Come in from the cold and warm up with some of your favorite rock bands like U2, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and more. Take a visual and acoustic trip in the Dome at Clark Planetarium every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
Boner candidate number 1, I think we can see he had no other choice. This is a classic boner candidate. 2 guys arguing over whose car was faster. And so, of course, to settle the argument, one guy shoots the other one down. Rather than having a race, I mean, come on. Boner candidate number 2, the office of mayor gives you certain privileges. Police arrested a mayor in northern Niger with more than 444 pounds of cocaine in his truck. Well, I thought the mayor could do that, he said. And boner candidate number 3, Utah politicians and the right-wing militia. I don't know. You know, maybe there's something wrong with me, but it's just an ugly picture.
That's not it. That's not it.
No, it's ugly. It's an ugly picture. Having your kids holding these assault rifles and posing with Santa Claus. And I mean, come on. Anyway, let's see. Overwhelming. Boner candidate number 3, Utah politicians and the right-wing militia.
It's not just you.
No, it's not.
There you go. That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. We'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. You'll decide Boner of the Day between those 2 candidates at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight will happen.
Do you know, I have a question about your trip to Hawaii.
Yes.
I'm mainly interested in how you felt about and how it was traveling in the airport, and because we had talked about that before you left, concerns about that and being on a plane, and what was that all like?
So we had purchased this trip to Hawaii way before the pandemic started, and it was kind of one of those use it or lose it things. So we decided, and it wasn't just my family; it was my parents and a couple of my sisters and their families, and So, Hawaii has figured this out. They're an island and they rely on tourism. That's probably the biggest part of their economy, I would guess. Much like Utah, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
And they know they've got people flying in from everywhere, and they want to try to mitigate the coronavirus. So, here in Salt Lake, before we left, you had to go on a website, the Hawaii government website, and you have to register. You can't just go to Hawaii. You have to register.
How'd you find all this out, by the way? Does somebody explain this to you, or?
I mean, Delta Airlines explained it to us.
Okay.
And so you go on and you fill out a questionnaire and you upload your vaccination card.
Okay.
So the state of Hawaii knows that you're vaccinated. Now, what this helps you do is when you get to the airport, you get a wristband that says, I made all the right choices.
It doesn't say, what would Jesus do?
It should. But what that does is helps you bypass a lot of lines and things once you get to the airport. And when you get off the plane in Hawaii, this wristband says, I am vaccinated. You don't even have to check my card because the state of Hawaii says I'm okay. Now, of course, there's people traveling to Hawaii that aren't. They have it rough. They have to wait in lines. They have to show their tests that they had to take before they... It was a pain in the ass. If you're vaccinated,
pretty easy.
Breeze right through.
Okay.
You check into the hotel. They want to see your wristband so that they know. They also want a copy of your vaccine card. Restaurants. You have to have a copy of your vaccine card and your ID.
In Hawaii?
In Hawaii. And you think Hawaii, most of the places where you eat, it's outside anyway, you know. I felt so safe in Hawaii because you're outside all the time. And even the lobby of the hotel, you know how they're all those kind of open air lobby. But in the hotel, if you were not in your room, you had your mask on. In the elevator. And everybody just did it. This is what we have to do to be in Hawaii. You go to a restaurant. We went to one place. My sister had her vaccination card, but she had left her ID in the room for whatever reason. They wouldn't let her in the restaurant. Because they want to match your ID up with your card.
Did she starve?
But I can't tell you how nice it was knowing everywhere we went, and you'd sit in a restaurant and you'd look around and go, everybody here is vaccinated. Now, I know it's not 100% perfect, but it sure felt nice knowing every store you would go into. They have your vaccine card just to go shop.
Just think what it would be like if they sort of didn't try to control coronavirus on this island nation, this island state, I should say. It could devastate it. It could infect everyone there.
So they've all agreed. This is how we're going to. And I saw no one complaining. I saw no one throwing a fit. I saw a lot of tourists that were like, "Okay, I feel okay being here." The stores had signs that say no more than, depending on how big the store was, no more than 5 or 6 or whatever people in the store. And they had a store employee standing at the door, counting people as they came and went, and checking your vaccine card. I felt so much more comfortable there than I do here.
That settles it. We're all moving to Hawaii.
I would say if you guys are itching to do something, if you have cabin fever, if you need, I mean, getting there, it's the getting over getting there part. But once you're there, it was so
How was it on the plane itself?
So again, Delta is really good. They make you wear your mask, and the airline attendants walk up and down the aisles, and if people have them down, and no one argued with them. Sometimes
Nobody went crazy. No drunken lout put a pair of panties on his head and said, "Make me."
They didn't shout they were being oppressed.
Yeah.
No. So
nobody wearing a yellow star.
I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to travel anywhere else for a while. but that was the one place I went. I felt very comfortable, and I felt very nervous coming back home here because I don't know what I'm getting everywhere I go. And I have other Hawaii stories that we can tell later, but that was the COVID part.
Did you
of it.
go surfing?
Did I go surfing?
Did anybody in your party go surfing?
There was boogie boarding happening.
You don't even go in the water, do you?
No.
You stand on the edge of the beach and you let the wave kind of go up to your ankles.
And someone was harassing me because I posted a bunch of pictures. And they're like, wow, that doesn't look like pool attire. Because I wear, it's one of these UV, SPF 50, like,
I do too.
cover-ups.
Because I don't want somebody to see me naked from the waist up. It's just not pretty.
That's not what I want either.
We know all about you, Chief. You don't go in the water at all, do you? Right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, and I'll tell you some more Hawaii stuff later. So let's give you a last check of traffic here. We have crash south on I-15 Shepherd Lane in Farmington, the right shoulder affected there. Crash south on I-15 in Spanish Fork, the US 6 on-ramp. I'll check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent in anything. No, but if you see something, you can always send it in at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We have Tuesday Tunes with Todd coming up. Stand by for that and so much more. Boner of the day. All of that, all coming up. Stand by. Haster Games at 6831 South State Street. They've been there for quite some time. They're one of the original gaming shops in Salt Lake. And they just want to remind you, hey, they're there. Winter days can get monotonous. If you binged your last TV show, why don't you unplug and interact with your friends and family with board games from Haster Games? Now, they specialize in these genre games, Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, miniatures, dice, that sort of thing. But they also carry and are quite knowledgeable about family games. Board games have made they've always been popular here in Utah, but they made a real resurgence nationwide with families some years ago, and that has not slowed down. What's new at Haster this week? All items on their clearance table are now being offered at a grand 75% off the original price. So Haster has a great selection of amazing games that can be obtained at a great price, including Camel Up, Catan, Bang, Wingspan, Azul, a whole lot of others. Haster has it. 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. I don't know how it happened, but somewhere along the line, a rumor started that I hate kids. Well, it began to reflect poorly upon this morning show. Not just me, but on this morning show and on this radio station. Yep. So in order to combat this horrible, horrible rumor that I really, really hate kids, I've decided that it's time for a public service message every Friday at this time called Just for Kids. And I do this because I'm a role model. Hi, kids. It's me, your role model, Kerry Jackson. You know, the guy you want to grow up to be. Sorry we have to do this, but I got to talk to you about a new high that's going around. Now, on the street, they're calling it chugging the udder, tipping the teat, lapping the lactate, pastures new, chasing old Bessie, or riding the White River. Yes, kids, I'm talking about this new high. Yeah. And I'm here to tell you, you should never, never try to drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour. Never do that.
Don't do that.
Now I'm talking the vitamin D milk, not the 2% or the low fat. All right.
The strong stuff.
And it's got to be the real thing. It can't be that lactate. Don't ever drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour, okay? Now, some say that it creates a kind of euphoria, kind of like the time I drank too much Jägermeister. I mean, woo. I was messed up. Now, others say that the human body cannot possibly digest that much lactose in an hour, and it will just make you vomit. Be careful of those people, kids. Those people are called scientists.
And as our president has made very clear, scientists cannot be trusted. Besides, they just want to keep this secret all to themselves. So never drink a gallon of jug in the space of an hour, because when you chase old Bessie, nobody wins. This is a message from me to you, kids.
All right, 9:04. No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
What? Why?
Because
Why?
it's
Thursday turns with Todd on X96. Read it for real.
That's Todd Newcomb, our program director, who has the authority to butt in on our show whenever he wants. But usually he reserves it for just Tuesday, and he brings a song, and so we're happy with that. Hi, Todd.
Welcome back. Did you have a nice holiday break?
You know, it was very pleasant, really, for the most part.
It was weird for me. I'll admit my break was weird.
Except everybody in my house caught a cold. This is the first time I've had a cold in a year and a half or so. But other than that, it was great.
Yeah, well, my dad died, Bill. So.
Wow. Good Lord. Okay,
I'm
the
sorry
gloves are
about your
off.
cold.
The gloves
I'm
are off.
sorry about your cold.
You know how many relatives I've had die? Close family members? Don't let me get into my brother Noel.
Sorry, Todd. You've walked into mommy and daddy fighting. I'm sorry.
Hi, Todd.
I feel like I need to go hide in the closet while you guys work this out.
Oh, it don't mean nothing. We love each other all the time.
I know this. You guys are going to like this one that I've chosen for today, for Tuesday Tunes.
Okay.
And because I remember Carrie tracked this down, the song on Silence of the Lambs with Buffalo Bill dancing around. That track by, I think the original band was Q Lazarus or something like that.
Yes.
The song was called Goodbye Horses.
Yes.
Well, our buddy Chino Marino from Deftones has his little side project band called Crosses, which that little project tends to be a little more like new wave. Like he's into like all the weird new wave stuff. So they covered it and put it out just before Christmas.
Oh, so this is a cover of Goodbye
it's,
Horses. Okay.
Yeah, and they just pretty much do it by the book.
Okay, well, let me go get my my silk robe on.
Get ready to dance.
Make sure you do the tuck.
Do the tuck and do the dance. And get my lipstick. And we'll see. We'll see how the band Crosses does.
All right.
With their cover of the classic Goodbye Horses. It's Tuesday Tunes with Todd, X96. I don't know how it happened, but somewhere along the line, a rumor started that I hate kids. Well, it began to reflect poorly upon this morning show. Not just me, but on this morning show and on this radio station.
Yeah.
So in order to combat this horrible, horrible rumor that I really, really hate kids, I've decided that it's time for a public service message every Friday at this time called Just for Kids. And I do this because I'm a role model. Hi, kids. It's me, your role model, Kerry Jackson. You know, the guy you want to grow up to be. Sorry we have to do this, but I got to talk to you about a new high that's going around. Now, on the street, they're calling it chugging the udder.
Huh?
Tipping the teat, lapping the lactate, pastures new, chasing old Bessie, or riding the White River. Yes, kids, I'm talking about this new high.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, you should never, never try to drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour. Never do that.
Don't do that.
Now, I'm talking the vitamin D milk, not the 2% or the low fat. All
The
right.
strong stuff.
And it's got to be the real thing. It can't be that lactate. Don't ever drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour, okay? Now, some say that it creates a kind of euphoria, kind of like the time I drank too much Jägermeister. I mean, woo. I was messed up. Now, others say that the human body cannot possibly digest that much lactose in an hour, and it will just make you vomit. Be careful of those people, kids. Those people are called scientists. And as our president has made very clear, scientists cannot be trusted. Besides, they just want to keep this secret all to themselves. So never drink a gallon of jug in the space of an hour, because when you chase old Bessie, nobody wins. This is a message from me to you, kids.
True to the original version of that.
Because this is the original here.
I kind of like the voice better on the original. It's I was just watching somebody send a YouTube video of Ted Levine,
yes,
the actor playing Buffalo Bill, doing the dance.
Mm-hmm.
He is an incredible actor.
Yeah.
He inhabited that part,
Mm-hmm.
and then but you see him in other stuff, and he can be nice. He can be.
Mm-hmm.
He's had a great career. He does a lot of TV.
Now, there was the TV series Clarice, which I was watching. It lasted only one season. And they would occasionally have flashbacks to the Buffalo Bill character and what happened in
From
the
the
basement.
movie? From the movie?
but they reenacted them and they had a different actor playing him.
Okay.
And that was the one thing that kind of pulled me out of it every time, was because Ted Levine, so iconic in that role.
Mhm.
Anybody else playing that, and granted it was, with his glasses and stuff on, and they tried to cover up his face. It just wasn't the same. That was like the one thing that would pull it out for me.
And the thing that pulled it out for me was Precious. A different Precious is just not.
Oh, Precious was older.
Todd, is that song going to go in regular rotation?
I mean, maybe. I liked it. We thought it was pretty cool when they sent it to us. So I'm not opposed to that at all. I'd get a kick out of it. And it's funny how, Silence of the Lambs, that movie franchise, is famous because of its beloved villains. Like, we love all the bad guys in it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Yep. There you go.
He's so good in that.
Well, Todd, thank you.
Well, that's Crosses with their cover of Goodbye Horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be, I believe there's an album coming out. They signed a deal with Warner Brothers to release a bunch of stuff that's starting this year, and that was the first taste of it. So get ready for more Crosses music.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. How was your holiday, Todd?
It was mellow. I did nothing, and it was spectacular.
Good. Sounds good.
That's the best way to do it.
Sounds good. Thanks for listening.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you, Todd. I guess we'll see you at the meeting later. So.
Oh, God,
Yeah.
I can't wait.
We're back to that. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thursday turns with Todd on X96. Van from hell.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back with boner fights in the next break, of course, to determine who is boner of the day. And I imagine that we'll have not just a reasonable amount of news. I imagine we'll have big boy bordering on, it's going to be a full strength news.
Full
I think,
service.
Pretty much. Full service news coming
We
up.
aim to please.
Stand by for all of that. X96. Did you miss the Radio from Hell show this morning?
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad dead clown.
I've got a.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else do they end up
I went right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? I know that is a day
Well,
of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were. I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of they're plastic, but they're meant to be. You can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue, clown shoes.
Isn't there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought.
They're
It
red.
seems to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were. Yeah. It was-
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
well, thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
you would stay home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality. And that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and
Really?
everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All right.
Right? I think I'm gonna. You elect me, the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
That's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around.
Oh.
All right.
That's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in.
AFC has been.
Wow.
So, sayonara, sucker.
Whoa.
Should we call him Drinky McBravo?
Drinky McBravo from now
Well,
on.
as a matter of fact, I have some other things about that right here in this Big Boy News and Opinioendo.
Well, then let's get to it, and then we'll also get to Boner Fight as well, right after this news brought to you by...
Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch weekends till 3 p.m. Enjoy their heated patio and live music 4 nights a week, or watch your favorite sports. Gracie's, the corner of Broadway and West Temple, 21 and older only.
Andy Cohen also shared that he regrets comments he made about Ryan Seacrest and ABC during his New Year's Eve broadcast with Anderson Cooper on CNN. While hosting New Year's Eve live from Times Square with Anderson Cooper, the Bravo savant threw some shades at Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. Quote, "If you look behind me, you'll see Ryan Seacrest's group of losers performing," he said. "I'm sorry, but if you're watching ABC, you're watching nothing."
What kind of professional person gets that drunk when they're hosting a show like that?
In a postmortem on his morning show on Monday, Cohen said he felt bad about the remarks, clarifying he believes Ryan Seacrest is a great guy. The only thing I regret saying, the only thing that I slammed the ABC, quote, "The only thing that I regret saying, the only thing is that I slammed the ABC broadcast, and I really like Ryan. He's a great guy. And I really regret saying that I was just stupid, and I was drunk and feeling it. I kept talking, and I shouldn't have. I felt bad about that. But I'm not sorry about what I said about Bill de Blasio," he said.
That I stand behind.
I stand
You're
behind
so
that.
mean when you're drunk.
I don't know. It happens. He made a mistake. He wanted to be a little bit loose, and he went a little too far.
Yeah.
Liquor, I have found, makes me very smart.
You know, January is National Bath Safety Month.
Bath Safety Month.
Yeah.
Do not plug your hair dryer in and try to dry your hair while you're in the bathtub. Don't do that.
There are many slip and fall accidents in bathtubs. Bath safety. It's also Hot Tea Month.
Oh, hot tea.
National Oatmeal Month. I'm guessing. Do you eat oatmeal ever, Gina?
Sure.
You like oatmeal?
I like oatmeal on a
McCann's
cold winter morning.
McCann's steel cut oats
It's the
with
only kind allowed in my house.
brown sugar and milk, or half and half, and some raisins in that. Oh, I love that.
She wouldn't put raisins in.
January is also my birthday month.
I was getting to that.
Oh, okay.
No, I wasn't.
What day's your birthday, Katie?
Oh, the 31st, final day of January. But I celebrate all month.
It's Jonesy's 16th birthday today. We're going to get her driver's license this afternoon.
Happy birthday, Jonesy. Everybody on the road, be careful.
Of course.
No, not with her.
Is she good?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
Drives like a grandmother, doesn't she?
She said, "Am I going to get a ticket for driving too slow?" I said, "No, you're great."
And it's today, January 4th, is Spaghetti Day. It's National Spaghetti Day. So it behooves you to go out and enjoy some spaghetti. It's also, I have a bit of trivia for you about this. January 4th is also Trivia Day.
Okay.
Just a little bit of trivia for you about January 4th. All right, we're done with that.
Well, it's also Utah Statehood Day.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't know that. came.
Yeah,
as-
Jonesy, when we're driving, when we were practicing, we went and took her road test yesterday. So she's passed all her tests. We just have to go get her license. But
And was she aiming to get her license on Statehood Day? Is that
on her birthday and or statehood day, yes. And she'd say, "Well, if I'm going slow, what if the cars behind me get mad?" I'm like, "That's their problem."
Well, it
They
can
go
become
around
your
you if
it can become your problem, and
Especially these days.
They will ticket you on the freeway if you're going too slow.
Right.
So let's see. Now Patton Oswalt has defended his decision to perform with comedian Dave Chappelle on New Year's Eve. He shared in a post on Instagram that he was conducting his last show of 2021 at a venue in Seattle when he got a text from fellow stand-up and friend Chappelle. Apparently they were performing next door to each other, so Chappelle said, "Why don't you come on over and drop in?" Why not? I waved goodbye to this hell year with a genius. I started comedy with Chappelle 34 years ago, Oswalt wrote. He works an arena like he's talking to one person and charming their skin off. Anyway, I ended the year with a real friend and a deep laugh. I can't ask for much more. Patton Oswalt's fans say they were conflicted over his kind words toward Chappelle, given that he faces a lot of backlash over comments he made in his recent comedy special, The Closer.
He made another statement after everybody complained and explained, this guy's my friend. I've known him for years. I don't agree with him about the trans thing. But he taught me a lot.
And Patton is an ally.
He is.
And on record as being in LA for a long time, so that people would be upset.
The trans community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, if you were upset at Patton, you don't know. He's on the team.
Yeah.
I think Dave Chappelle will ride this out, I think. And Carrie, this is good news for you. I know you've watched this show. Apparently Disney Plus is going to continue the Disney Parks show Behind the Attraction.
Yay!
So
Love
I
that
haven't
show.
watched any of them, so maybe I'll take a look at it.
They're fascinating.
Oh, I didn't know this. It says Behind the Attraction, created by Brian Volk Weiss and a Dwayne Johnson production.
Mm-hmm.
He has a production company, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty cool. It breaks down the history of all of your favorite attractions at Disneyland and around the parks around the world.
The only one I'd really be interested in is the behind the scenes of Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
They haven't done that one yet.
The only reason for me to go to Disneyland ever is to just go on Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. That's the only one I like, really.
Well, it's the only ride in Disneyland that takes you straight to hell.
That's right.
Except for Small World, which is different.
Which is hell itself.
Yeah.
The Utah Department of Health has issued new COVID-19 isolation and quarantine guidelines that mimic those recently announced by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Under the updated guidelines, anyone who tests positive for COVID-19 should stay home for 5 days from the day you were tested, even if you don't have symptoms or feel sick. You can leave your house after 5 days if your symptoms have improved, fever-free, without medicine for at least 24 hours, and your symptoms have improved. You must stay at home for at least 5 days. Now, the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Fauci, and they're starting to hedge that a little bit. Maybe that's a little too, they're kind of backing off on that. And also, you should wear a mask around others for at least 5 days after your home isolation. For those who are exposed to COVID-19, quarantine guidelines depend on the person's age and whether the person is up to date with their COVID-19 vaccinations. Public health officials recommend anyone who is exposed to COVID-19 get tested 5 days after their exposure, and wear a mask around others. So apparently there have been very, very long lines at testing facilities here in Utah. On Monday, videos showed massive lines winding for nearly a mile at several sites as people patiently waited to get tested and learn whether they were infected with the coronavirus. Utah, of course, reported over 14,000 cases on Monday in data collected over a 4-day period. While no single-day case records were set, Thursday came close with 4,659 new cases. With more people wanting to get tested, there was a huge line at Draper Senior Center. A viewer to Fox 13 sent in a video showing another hours-long wait outside the Timpanogos Regional Medical Center in Orem. The lines are exasperating. People are upset. There are people having to relieve themselves in the bushes. And
now, people
like
aren't
that.
waiting hours in line for testing if they're not symptomatic. I have to think all of these people waiting in line for hours.
Well, no, they could have been. They could be people who have been. They know they've been exposed to somebody with COVID, and they're not feeling any symptoms, but they're worried.
But you think that if you had no symptoms, you'd wait hours to get tested, or would you go, I'll come back later?
Maybe.
I think they're
if you're
mostly
scared.
symptomatic.
I don't know. I don't think you can posit that. But and you can. I don't know. Do the spit test. I did one at the start of the vacation because my wife got sick, and just to be sure it wasn't COVID. She thought it was a cold, but she tested and I tested because I'm around her a lot, and we were both negative. You get one of the test tubes, you spit in it, you send it in, and within 24 hours you get the results. I don't know. It was easy at that point to get it.
The caseloads in Florida, meanwhile, are exploding. So what's their health department's answer to this? Because they have a quack in charge. Stop testing. We're going to stop testing.
Well, that's a good idea. Attorney
Slow
General
the test down, please. Slow the test down.
Attorney General Merrick Garland will give a speech on Wednesday, tomorrow, about the Justice Department's efforts to investigate and prosecute those responsible for the January 6th riot at the Capitol, the insurgency, stressing that the department's unwavering commitment to defend Americans and American democracy from violence and threats of violence. In the address scheduled for the day before the anniversary of the attack, Garland will not speak about specific people or charges, said an official who spoke on condition of anonymity, because the speech had not yet been officially announced. Rather, Garland said he will offer broad remarks about the department's solemn duty to uphold the Constitution, follow the fact. I want names. I want places.
Mm-hmm.
I want people being indicted.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk to me in generalities, Merrick. It's not going to do me any
Boner
good.
Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round one in the 7 o'clock hour. This one is, no one is sending anti-vaxxers to death camps. It was a story about anti-vaxxers in Kansas who were at the legislature in Kansas, and they were against vaccine mandates. And the way they showed their opposition was to compare vaccine mandates to the Holocaust by wearing big yellow stars. As during the Nazi regime, they identified Jews. The Nazis forced Jews to wear yellow stars so that they could be identified and eventually hauled away to the death camps. And the anti-vaxxers were making that comparison, and that's just idiocy.
Mm-hmm.
Going up against number two, Utah politicians and the right-wing militia. Pictures showing several Utah politicians in pictures with the Utah Patriots militia. Pictures of families holding assault rifles, with a Santa Claus holding an assault rifle and wearing a Let's Go Brandon hat. Really, and these are little kids too. Little kids. Boner candidate number two.
Okay, there you go. That is your 2 candidates. You need to decide of these 2 which one is boner of the day for today, our first boner of the day of the year, 2022. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 3. Is no one hearing me?
It cut out
Now
for a
we
second,
are.
but you're
Yeah.
okay.
All right. Vote via phone, 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Fight, January 4, 2022, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away. Refresh your internet browser, it'll appear. Vote there. You have until the end of these messages, so hurry. This is Boner of the Day. All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media
Yeah.
because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile. Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile.
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that. And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
What sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was it a hipster or was it,
It was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI
It was
guy?
a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think. He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
Came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all
Doesn't
that,
make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. All right, let's award Boner of the Day, our first Boner of the Day of the year.
Yes, and it's brought to you by a Cuban sandwich and half a beer.
And it's a new year, and we have new cash. The X96 1K a day cash bribe is back starting on Monday. Listen at 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 to qualify to win $1,000. Are we blatantly bribing you to listen to X96 longer? You're damn right we are.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. The winner here, Boner of the Day. Number 1 was no one is sending anti-vaxxers to death camps. I think I don't need to recap these. And the number 2 was Utah politicians and the right-wing militia. Very close voting. But the local one did not win. And I think it is true that the first one, number 1, anti-vaxxers and comparing themselves to victims of the Holocaust. I mean, come on.
Yep.
It wins. Close. It was close, though.
All right, there's your Boner of the Day for today, January 4th, 2022, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. And let's get to go ahead and hit that, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Nurse Jenna on the phone here.
Jenna, are you a nurse?
I'm not a nurse. I'm a registered dietitian.
I'm going to call you a nurse.
I think it's better. I think we should call her registered dietitian Jenna.
Yes.
Love it.
Jenna, you have sent us some copy points here, or bullet points, setting New Year's resolutions, and aren't those things that people just break immediately?
I mean, typically, yeah. That's exactly why we're talking about it today.
Okay. All right.
So we all know New Year's resolutions. Everybody does the same thing every year, right? There's these big, grandiose goals set in January. We typically break them by February. And the ones I hear the most are usually about losing weight, not drinking anymore, saving more money. But why is it that year after year we still don't accomplish our resolutions?
Why is that, registered dietitian Jenna? Why is that?
It's because they're typically unrealistic goals without a specific plan set in place to actually achieve them. So we're going to talk about some ways that you can create a plan to achieve goals for yourself this year.
Okay. And by the way, we should mention that registered dietitian Jenna is with Nightingale College, the nursing college that we talk about all the time and run commercials for. So let's just make sure people know that. Now, Go ahead. What's the best way to avoid breaking these New Year's resolutions?
So the idea here is to set SMART goals, and SMART is an acronym. So each letter of SMART represents a different part of what should make up a goal for you. So the S is for specific. It needs to be something specific. State what you're actually going to do. The M is for measurable. You want to make sure that you're using metrics or targets to accomplish your goal. The A is to make sure it's achievable. Make sure it's within your scope, given whatever current challenges you're facing. The R is for realistic. We want to avoid stress and discouragement by making sure that we can actually reach this goal. And the T is for timely. So that is when you would like to accomplish your goal by. So rather than saying something, like a large goal, like I want to lose weight this year, your mini goal, your SMART goal should be actions that you're going to take to try to reach that bigger goal. So an example would be I will take 3 virtual yoga classes a week for 3 months starting January 10th. So we've hit all of those specifics within that SMART goal to make sure we can actually reach it and we can measure it and check that box as we, keep moving on toward a larger resolution.
I think I've done everything correctly except realistic. Because my goal was I was going to lose 100 pounds in January.
100 pounds?
Yeah, 100 pounds.
That's big.
That's not realistic, is it? That's not realistic.
No, it's not. So so break that up into mini goals. Maybe the goal is that you want to lose 2 pounds per week, and you want to check in once a month and see how you're doing. And how are you going to do that? What changes will you make in order to make sure you're on your way?
Yeah,
see,
I don't know.
You got some homework to do.
I wish I knew.
Bill, you only had half a beer yesterday.
That's right.
There you go.
That's right. Half a beer.
Making progress.
I'm cutting back. I am. I'm
That's
gonna
good.
promise. I went to the website. It's really very informative that you sent us. It's Mind Tools, and I think the website is just mindtools.com. Looks like there's a lot of good information there about setting realistic goals.
Yeah, there is. It's a wonderful place to learn more about how to set SMART goals, where to start, and kind of track your progress in 2022.
Is there anything else we need to add to this, registered dietitian Jenna?
My last little piece of advice would be just to be patient with yourself and adjust your goals as needed, because sometimes we do set a goal that's a little bit too hefty for where we're at, and it's okay to reevaluate and set a new goal, and just give yourself some grace as you make progress.
Thanks very much, and I think that's all valuable information, and of course it's courtesy of Nightingale College. If you want to find out more about Nightingale College, you should go to what's
Nightingale.edu.
Nightingale.edu. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Jenna. All right. We will take a break and crawl towards the exits after these X96.
Farting is far from just a human problem. Animals fart too.
Well, yes. If they have digestive systems, it'll happen.
As the Washington Post reported, there's a new hashtag making the rounds through the science Twitterverse. Hashtag Does It Fart? Which, as you may have guessed, is here to answer any and all questions about which animals are capable of passing gas.
Well, I would say just
Not
about
all.
any.
No, not all.
Really?
Yeah,
It's part of digestion. If you digest.
Which animals cut the cheese?
Okay.
Well,
Okay, I don't know which ones do. I want to know the ones that don't.
tons do, of course. Bats, rats, all that.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger they are, the harder they fart.
Of course.
Bear farts are horrible.
Rats, zebras, bearded dragons are among the creatures that fart. Birds, on the other hand, do not seem to pass gas. Birds.
That actually kind of makes sense.
But they could, let's see, marine invertebrates.
So you should eat like a bird so you don't fart?
Oysters, mussels,
Well,
crabs.
how would they fart?
I don't know.
They don't have a bum.
Well, they eliminate waste.
She said in the most scientific way possible.
They eliminate waste. They take in nutrients and eliminate waste. The hashtag has a purpose beyond making scientists giggle at their own handiwork. The paper explained whether or not a given animal farts is apparently a question that zoo employees often receive from kids who come to the zoo.
Well, yeah.
They ask the questions.
Kids would ask that.
If a little scatological humor keeps kids interested in biology, well, everybody wins. And if the hashtag Does It Fart has you jonesing for more internet things at the intersection of animals and potty humor, there's always... no, I don't think I can say that one. It's about animals with the weirdest genitalia. Okay.
Now, here's someone who's saying that birds fart because they've heard their cockatiel fart. I don't think you have.
What have you
maybe
heard?
it's just
then?
making
I
a fart
think you've
sound.
heard it making a fart sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're mimicking you.
Probably
maybe?
imitating you
Yeah.
farting.
Yeah.
Now, Winnie the Pooh,
Yeah.
the trademark has now gone. What is it? Public. It's now in the public domain.
In the public domain.
But be warned, if the Winnie that you're going to start selling pictures of has a red T-shirt and no pants,
Nope.
that's not the same. It's the original A.A. Milne, the drawings and the book for Winnie the Pooh that are now public domain.
I was so angry, though. So the original A.A. Milne and the drawings were by Shepard.
Yeah.
Somebody named Shepard, initials Shepard. And I grew up with those books, Winnie the Pooh and the House at Two Corners. And I loved those drawings. And when we went to England for the first time to Harrods department store, in the toy department, I went, oh my God, they're stuffed animals from Winnie the Pooh that look just like those Shepard drawings. I loved them. And I bought one or two to take home to the kids. And then I would buy, and we went to London the next year, went to Harrods, I bought another couple. Went to London, I bought another 2 or 3. Went to London the next time, weren't there. It was
Well,
the
did you
Disney.
need any more after
It was
all that?
the Disney. Yes, I did, Gina. It's called collecting. It was the Disney Winnie the Pooh, which I hate.
And it was shortly after that at Disneyland and Disney stores, you could buy the original A.A. Milnes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Plush animals, yeah. It was like they got control of it for a short period of time, and so they had the classic ones in there.
Yeah. Anyway. So, I was saying off the air while we were musing, I forgot how our job's kind of hard. I know it doesn't seem like it, but to, you listening say, what? I go out and work in the cold, and I do, and that, yes, or I'm a server at a restaurant, or, yes, those things are hard, but what makes our job hard also is emails like this. I got this over the weekend, came to me directly. Bill, your radio station is being banned at my work. Specifically,
Banned, huh?
yeah.
It's been a while
Specifically,
since we've been banned.
banned at work. We ought to make that an ad campaign. Specifically because of your far left-leaning propaganda morning show. And I don't even work at a conservative place. Honestly, it's sad how far you guys have fallen from what you used to be. Now you're just corporate sellouts that play the same 20 songs, pushing left-wing propaganda all morning long.
We don't play any songs.
No,
First of
we
all.
don't. And if we were real sellouts, see, the truth be told, many of our sponsors don't care for our political views.
Yeah, and some of our management.
They don't care for it.
If we were corporate sellouts, we'd do what they told us to do and back off on it.
However, they still advertise with us because we produce for them.
Mm-hmm.
Because even people who are left-leaning and liberal need car insurance and automobiles and health care, stuff that we advertise. So your anonymous email.
No,
Shut
it was
up.
anonymous? Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't signed.
See, that's
Shut
the
up.
thing.
I sent a response. My response was, sounds great. Thanks for listening.
Which, let's remind everybody in the new year, if you ever get a response from us that says that means we're done with you.
We have brushed you off.
Yes, that's it.
It's
Fly,
the brush
fly.
off. Brush off.
And I retweeted a cartoon, actually, that illustrates this process. If you go to my Twitter feed, at RFHKERRY, go down the thing a bit. There's a cartoon about, and I answer it. This is every email that I ever get saying that our show is too liberal. We haven't changed.
No.
We've
really.
always been bleeding heart hippie punks.
And
You know?
well, that's what I was going to say. Left leaning. So we talk about things like helping people, treating people equally. We talk about
Trying to find a
me-
solution to gun violence.
trying to make sure people stay healthy. Tell me where the bad thing is.
Terrible stuff.
That you
Terrible.
don't want your customers at your
Terrible.
business to hear these horrible. What? Please help me understand what the horrible thing is that they're hearing that they don't want.
And then, Carrie, I don't know if we have enough time here, but I had a story that was very important for you.
What's that?
It's the best and worst types of flooring if you have a dog. It was.
No, you know what? I haven't read this list, but I remember when Sadie Girl, bless her heart, got so old that she had a hard time getting up on our wood floors because they were too slippery, and I had to go out and buy all these carpet runners
That was kind of
to
comical.
run through.
I would have let him do it. It's kind of comical.
No, but to run through the house so she could walk through the house because the floors were too slippery.
Well, yeah, and the best types of flooring for dogs. I think this holds true for people as well. Waterproof vinyl flooring is the best. It's accident-proof, durable, stain-resistant, cost-effective, and it's soft under their feet. And tile, it says.
Yeah, that's what we have upstairs. Is
Tile is scratch-resistant, easy to clean, water resistance, good for your home's resale value. It may be too, Gina, it may be too slippery for some older dogs, however. And then waterproof laminate flooring is also good. The worst type, hardwood. This is so left-leaning, I can't believe it.
I know, right?
Liberal jerks. Worst type of flooring, hardwood, carpet, because of,
Yeah.
peeing and pooping, which happens. Marble, we have marble flooring in our house. Yes, nothing but marble floors for us. Marble is prone to stains and scratches, so no marble flooring. So I thought you'd find that useful, Carrie. If you had to redo any part of your house because of that.
Well, I'll do some marble, it sounds like.
No, that's the worst type.
Oh, that's the worst type. Okay.
Among the worst types.
All right. Well, I'm not going to get that vinyl stuff.
No. I think you're okay with tile.
You want to dive the value of your home? Just do that.
They haven't mentioned linoleum.
Well, that's vinyl, isn't it?
Isn't that the same?
No, it's a special thing that people don't use much anymore. But I have one room with a linoleum floor here because my wife likes the way it looks. So linoleum.
All right. Well, let's do the promo and.
Okay, I'll have to access that. Which there we go, and it's here, and it's right there. Okay. Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
It's the first Things That Must Go of 2022 at 6:45, and we know you must have some must-goes stocked up, new and old.
Luckily, you still have time to send them in to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. We might be able to help you out.
Plus, it's been a while since we've done hello, yeah, what? But you'll need to call in at 7:45 with something, joke, whatever. It's hello, yeah, what?
So let's get back to our normal mornings together with Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Let's see if we missed anything. David Lee Roth's Las Vegas shows have been canceled.
Well.
It says they were sold out. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day shows were canceled because of COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, there was, I had a celebrity story that I didn't get to. It was somebody covering the Golden Girls song, theme song, and I listened to it.
Thank you for being a friend.
It was terrible. Who did that? Josh Klinghoffer from... he's from Pearl Jam and Eddie Vedder. He tours with them playing the guitar. I listened to him doing it. It was terrible.
Well, then we were right to ignore it earlier.
Yes. Right.
Poor Betty White. I felt.
Yes,
Well, she lived a
Why?
full
99
life.
years?
Didn't she?
Why would you feel bad for her?
She lived a very full life. There were rumors that she'd died of COVID.
A rumor started by anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, and they.
Oh my! Did you rewatch her roasting of William Shatner?
Oh yeah, we played it on Geek Show.
When she turns to him and goes, there's 2% milk now.
Is it just? Is it on YouTube?
You can find it on YouTube. Yeah.
I don't know why that joke in particular made me laugh so
Well, because of the
hard. follow-up
follow-up to it. The follow-up is this, there's 2% milk now. You were supposed to explore the galaxy, not fill it.
That's the best fat joke I've ever heard.
It's
Because she turned around and looked at him.
Looked right at him.
what's great about that too is that stuff was written for her, but she just knew how to do it.
She delivered it expertly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're good. Okay. All right. I think we are all right. All business, Katie, you think? Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Oh, I'm going to have to show you my "Don't You Know Who I Am" hoodie.
Oh.
You know, there's 2% milk now.
Corey is next.